So wave 1 PTU, we are now officially live, guys. Wave 1 PTU hit the live time, and people are starting to see what I've been talking about when it comes to the HUD displays. So today, we're gonna have some fun. We're gonna oh my goodness. So, bro, I don't even know I can watch this. I'm so livid right now. So what happened there, Dark Fox? Also, Moist Cloud, good to see ya. Angry Red, good to see ya. Fluffer Catfish, good to see ya. Again, my game crashed after going on very nice. All right, let's see here. All right, so welcome back, everybody. Good to have you here. Thanks for coming. We're early today just because, oh boy. Oh boy. So let's just, apparently they took the guns off my Arc last night. I was flying around with it. So let me just, vehicle selection here. Just want to verify something. Yeah, the guns are still on the Archimedes, so I don't know what these guys are talking about. Yeah. Vehicle loadout. Yeah, that's good. Vehicle selection. Do I have my Drake set up here? No, I don't. Vehicle loadouts, liveries. Boop. JS300. There we go. Vehicle loadouts, systems, vehicle weapons. Okay, so I need a size 4 gun though. So I have Rhinos, Panthers, Aminsky 3s. Guess I'm just gonna have to do Rhinos. FL11s. Full repeater build. Go to Jericho. Said, so my Hornet full Aminsky loader has 45 rounds, also so long power management. I know, why pay top dollar for a ship that flies like a box, like an Xbox game? I'm holding on to my dollars unless this flight model changes. You're not the only one. You're not the only one. Let's see if anybody wants to get into a fight here. Scan this guy here. Okay, so that's my build here. Self status. Target status. I'm just gonna say this, guys. And this is what I was talking about before. How many, just a show of hands, how many of you folks, like looking at the HUD, are more confused, and there's a lot of stuff going on. It doesn't portray the information that you need in an effective way. Do you guys feel like the HUD display system is better or worse? Because to me, I look at that self status in the bottom left corner, and I can't see those numbers very clearly. I got to zoom in just to be able to see. Okay, QT fuel. I don't know. Is that my percentage there? H2 fuel percentage. You know, and then I go to my power management. Also, there is no power management anymore, really. All right, so there we go. Put it into coolers. It's a mess to me. And ironically enough, the HUD display on the Drake ships is actually better than the HUD displays on other ships. They're a little actually easier to see. You can't make this shit up, eh, guys? Alright, so I'm just gonna fight this Gladius, whoever this is. Yeah, it's funny because in the Inside Star Citizen thing, they were all saying like, oh, you know, like we want HUDs to be more readable and we want all this stuff, and yet they say that and then they actually do the exact opposite. things are so much more difficult to read, and to read them quickly, like I find myself staring at my HUD like, what's my speed? Like, you know? It's too gamified, yeah. Oh, I should probably, so that's, oh, here, this should be target status, this should be self status. There you go. Let's see, yeah, the crosshair is a bit in your face. You know? This guy gonna fight me or? There we go. Nice. That seems like the Buccaneer is still pretty ineffective in a duel, so it's better. You were just experiencing the resistance to people moving your cheese. I don't know about that. I mean, it is harder to see stuff. Like, it is genuinely harder to see like targets, I find. You know? I've been pretty upfront. I'm not a big fan of the new HUD changes. I think it conveys a lot of information in an ineffective way and less efficient. So you actually spend more time as a pilot trying to look for the information that you care about. And like when you, like, for example, when you target something, like like see these little square animations and stuff, like it's just like, I don't know. It's not my cup of cheese, I guess you could call it, right? Oh, you just fired at me. Oh, this guy here. All right, let's see here. Did the F8 get higher linear acceleration?
I think some ships have higher top speeds now.
Oh, really?
Live. Yeah.
Well, the F8 still feels
up to like 605 now.
The what?
The buck goes up to like 605.
I thought it was 600, but
it might be.
All right, let's see here. So this is self. That's self status, and then target status. There you go. Okay.
This is also the patch with the too, right?
So I'm fighting without cannon nerfs. That's funny.
What's that, like, what, 10% nerf, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I think it's funny. I think it's funny that like this F8 tries to engage me. I have no shields. I just get behind him and see how long. Like my magazine capacity is really high, so for the Fury, like I'm just straight up. I have enough mag capacity to just murder an F8 Lightning without reloading because there is no power management anymore.
It reloads so quickly that every time you let off the trigger, you're back to a full mag anyway. And
yeah.
The light strikes FLs reload so fast that you can literally just hold down the trigger forever and never stop shooting.
Right. So usually in previous builds of the game, like I'd have to set 100% guns. Okay, well, the guy's just suckering me now. Go ahead, respawn me here. I think he's a little embarrassed. I just murdered him with a Fury.
You serious?
All these cats thought I forgot how to dogfight because I've been flying a Buccaneer for the last 6 months. They're like, A1 doesn't dogfight anymore. He just runs away. All right. Target status. Don't make me kill your advanced Navy fighter with my cheap little dollar store TIE fighter. He can't get his eyes on me, dude. It's called geometry, brother. Do you know what it is? I don't even need targeting to kill you. I'm gonna kill him without targeting. Oh, no, he just... Oh, he nabbed away on me! He nabbed away from a fury! Bye-bye! Bye-bye!
You serious?
You want Jericho?
Yeah, I'm just goofing around Jericho here. There is no more power management in dogfighting, that's correct. So they've lowered the skill ceiling once again. Now, you don't need to worry about really doing anything other than just watching your angular momentum in relation to your target. This guy gonna like fight me, or he's just gonna run from me now? You shot at me. You wanted this. You wanted this. Is the ship's scanning menu any different? Not really sure. Not really sure it's that much different from the previous one. And the dollar store TIE fighter takes it again.
Emotional damage.
Watch this trick. And I'm gone.
Whee! Haven't done any dogfighting in a while, says Delta. Yeah, look at those leather headrests, right? Wow.
Must not have the component build on this. You can build the razor so it disappears at 1.2.
Dude, the poor F8 is friggin' useless. Nope. 2v1.
Pick up this F8 with you.
3v1.
Jesus, what is this fire rate?
Well, guess I'm fighting outnumbered. Just engaging this F8 here. Oh, this cat. Is he going in the nav? I think he's going in the nav. He's going in the nav! He's going in the nav! Nope!
Make it.
You're in the razor.
That's me.
Alright, I'm gonna engage this fury. Oh!
That's me! That's me!
I'm sorry! I'm sorry!
There are no names anymore.
I can't tell who I'm shooting at! I'm sorry! Yeah, and I try to scan people, but it doesn't show me their name. Like I'm in scanning mode, trying to scan. So I mean, I don't see how they can see this as a better HUD display at the moment, because we just have significantly less information being given to us without any of the like it, I don't know. It doesn't seem like this is a better HUD system. It's giving us less information and less efficiently. Like that's, I don't know how you define HUD systems. Okay, I got 75 rounds, man. I can watch your nose and get right behind you. Where you going, Mr. F8 Lightning? Holy. Yeah, the pip is like obnoxiously large too. I mean, what's with the large pip? You know?
So you can see it.
So I can see it. Now it's getting in the way of my target.
No. It's so you can see.
Like, what the fuck, dude? How you even use the HUD if you don't have the head-eye tracking, right?
Oh, if you scan ping when you lock things, now you get like a view of their ship next to their pip. That's weird.
So is this another Yogi Clot decision? I don't know. I couldn't care less anymore. I mean, they're so far from the fucking. They're so far off the mark now. It's just like it kind of makes me giggle. Call of Duty Infinite Warfare had a better model. Said only one fire group can be fired anytime. You can't change power in fights with hotkeys. They're destroying the game in combat on purpose, yo. Said they did HUD for people over 70. Well, actually, that would be because look, like I have to zoom in to get the information that I need from this self status thing. Like it's not a very efficient use of what's going on, you know? I find it so funny that there is a horizontal scroll bar in the MFDs. Yeah, I know, eh? Oh, it's funny, dude. Alright, who wants to fight now? I think those F8s had enough beatings. You're fighting an F8 now?
Yeah.
There's a Gladius here. I mean, so how close do I have to get so I can actually get the name of who I'm shooting at? 98% scan progress, 99. I mean, I still don't have the name. Oh, there's nobody in it though. It's a ghost ship. Okay, so who are these guys? Scan Aegis Gladius, but who? Who's inside that Gladius? It doesn't tell me the name. And the thing is, it doesn't give me like a serial code, like, you know, so on modern radars, guys, if there's something that gets tracked, it gets what's called a tracking number. So what happens is when something pops up on your radar, it gets an arbitrary number associated to it so that as the pilot, you can still identify what that, so, oh, I got a track at Bravo Victor 327. Do you see it? Yeah, I see BV2, you know, but instead we just have like target. Aegis Gladius. Okay, well, what if there's a multiple Aegis Gladiuses? Like, which Gladius are you targeting? Like, all these targets here? Like which one am I targeting? And instead, I have to look up at this screen and, like, squint at this number here. Target Aegis Gladius. Faction unavailable. Like, it's so far from being a good HUD. Like, how did this ever get past? And the thing is too, all this translucency, like this hail here and these numbers, they get obscured by whatever you have targeted, right? I don't understand like the level of incompetence, and that's what it is. I'm sorry if that sounds mean, but it's just sheer incompetence at this point. This is not a good HUD. This is a much worse HUD. End of story. It's much less effective, it's much less clean, and it's much more confusing. It's just a worse HUD. Like, end of story. And if anybody thinks otherwise, like, give it time as you play with it, you're gonna get frustrated with it. It's terrible.
Okay, so you don't have to actually scan people to get them to show up, you just have to scan ping.
So I ping?
Yeah.
I'm still not getting any names.
You have to like lock them, and then there's a pop-up that shows up. Like, it doesn't show up next to their name like it used to, and it doesn't stick to them.
At this point, it kind of makes me giggle. I'm just like, y'all guys. Oh, man. Millions and millions and millions of dollars for people to play fantasy fighters. And they don't have the time or the common courtesy or the fucking whereabouts to ask people who actually have a lot of deep knowledge about these things, about how to make their systems better. They just fucking wing it. Oh, That's fucking funny, dude. Just gonna clean up these dead ships then. So if I ping him, do I get a name now? And I don't even have to worry about any power management. Like it's totally unnecessary now. You know?
Yeah, I don't know what the criteria for making the actual like HUD pop-up is.
I'm not even targeting him, I'm just aiming manually.
For me, it's I've scanned them, and then I've got Toby, so whenever I look at them, it gives me a little pop-up. So like I just targeted A1, and it gave me the little pop-up.
Let's just shoot all the F8s. It's like I said, F8s versus Furies right now. Dude, I have so much like power in my guns now that like the Fury can like straight up it finally has enough like output to be a threat. Right? I mean, I like the Fury because the Fury is it's probably one of the only skill-based fighters left in the game.
Hit me at 500 meters, I'm just strafing him.
Yeah. I basically have the Temu version of the TIE Fighter. It's this shitty Chinese knockoff. A swarm of Furies will be the meta. Make no mistake, you know? So damn, this does look arcadey. Yep. Wait, what's this? HUD? You think it looks better than expected? Again, right? So for example, decoys having this tiny number here, like that number needs to be a lot larger. And they got to get rid of these. They got to get rid of these having like
on the Razor,
no,
like the HUD arrangement, you should look at that.
and like ironically enough, the Fury is one of the HUDs in my opinion that is actually the best, and it still is got a lot of problems with it.
The Razor's HUD is even better arranged.
I'm gonna grab the Gladius here and show people what I'm talking about. Yeah, but aesthetics, in my opinion, are cooler when things make sense. You know? Oh yeah. Don't you guys? Dude, the HUD, the radar is right in my fucking field of view where it doesn't need to be. Like, I have this fucking tiny ass like scroll bar here. These tiny little numbers on it. Like, I don't know who this is, but I'm chasing them. It's so many of these frickin'
Yeah, if someone wants to kill me quick, I'm gonna die to chip damage.
Am I shooting at you? Oh, yeah, I guess it was. I'm just goofing around with it. Like, and also when you shoot stuff with ballistics, like it kicks up so much flare, like you can't fucking see your target.
So tiny you can't hit me.
Whee!
I blacked out.
Whee! It takes quite a bit of hits actually for how tiny it is. You
It's all
know?
the components on the back. Oh, there goes my engines. Whee!
Whee! I have absolutely no idea how many shots I have or what's going on because my HUD doesn't tell me.
That's the beauty of the new power system. You always have ammo, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, there is no ammo at all. You know?
The Buccaneer is kind of aggressive, even more aggressive than last patch.
Alright. Said, how about the helmet HUD? Okay, let me just, vehicle selection here. Poor little arrow. I'll just change the loadout on this thing here. Panthers. 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 Rhinos. Oh, I need to replace one more Omni. Alright, power plant. Oh yeah, apparently there's a power plant spot. What? Bro? Okay, so...
Ooh, I almost got you at the end.
Yeah, but that's not a fight the Buccaneers should be winning.
No, it's not. I'm bad.
Right?
It's-
I'm bad.
I'm really bad. There's a reason I want fleet.
Um... There we go. There we go. Oh, why am I in Good Doctor? I guess this is the new AC map.
It's 3v1. Just melted.
This is the new AC map? What a lame map, dude. Alright. Oh, I'm not allowed to. Whatever.
Oh,
So where's my
There you appear to be spinning out of control.
G safe? Oh, there's a couple.
Very fast. You're... Bro, there's no way your pilot's still alive.
he sleep.
Ah,
Yeah, I got third party and someone shot my engine off. I was trying to 1v1 the F8 in a Buccaneer.
Who's this guy? It's like watching two old people spin around each other like this.
Is that an anvil arrow?
Wow.
Oh god, it is, and it hurts.
Holy crap. Looks like you paid less taxes. What's my speed in atmosphere? 300? Oh my goodness, so slow.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Trying to run away and it's not working.
That's not how you corkscrew.
No, I don't know how to corkscrew.
It's a 2v1 now.
No chance.
Is this what Hurston was supposed to look like? Or is this Hurston?
Oh no, I lost an engine. Is this how I corkscrew with two engines?
Was that you trying to land fast? No? Alright.
Okay, now I will pay attention to the F8. Jesus.
Besides, those numbers are inflated. Look at these trees. When you fly slow flying, there's no way you're going close to 300 meters per second. Well, whatever the case may be, feels slow as shit. Right. Let's see who this is. Okay. This Sidfire guy doesn't have any etiquette, eh?
No,
Like he just goes straight to shoot.
he's totally okay with back strafing too.
That's fine, whatever.
Yeah, just watch out for it.
He's not particularly aware of what his nose is doing. And he doesn't really understand basic geometry.
Oh, the HUD in my Gladius is broken. That's cool. Everything in my Gladius is broken.
Yeah, I can't even see my targets. The flare from hitting them is kicking up so much space debris. That's the wrong Gladius, apparently.
That's soft up here?
I think the old HUD presented information more clearly, for sure. Like, for an example, let me show you this, guys. I'll show you when I lock on missiles. So, can I put that? I'm gonna put that extra point there. So, target status, cell status. Oh. I think there's one where it's called weapons? No, shields. Stealth status. Scanning. Okay, so yeah, when I go into quote-unquote missile mode, it changes all my HUD again. So target status. Self status. Okay, so you know, usually back in the day we had stuff come up in the top right hand corner. Well, now our missiles are here and they have these small little numbers associated to how many are armed, right? So from the old system, you could just glance and you could see how many you had stacked up. Now you got to look into this corner, and if I want if I want two armed, it arms like this, right? So like, while I'm looking around, like, okay, how many do I have armed? Look, squint. Okay, 1, 2 seconds. Okay, I got 2 armed. Whereas before I could just glance, like, yep, I got 2 armed, right? Like this kind of stuff, it just shows me that they're not interested in making something that's actually effective. They just want to, you know, I don't know, make them feel like they're... Okay. That is horrific. Bro. There wasn't supposed to be some helmet UI update. I mean, look, I can only go off based off of what we have right now. So if this is the HUD update, then they've got a lot of work to do, because I would have, if I was them, I would just redesign it all from the ground up, because it's all fucking terrible.
The Banu Defender actually has a very visible color format. It's
Yeah.
actually quite good.
Like these numbers here, are like, they really matter, and they're presented to you in such a tiny, like, way. I have to look. I'm like, is that 16 or 18? What is it? 18? Oh, 18.1, right? But 16 or 18, like, that's an important differentiation. Like, I need to know the, you know, unless I have a giant ultra wide screen, like, it's just really difficult to see these tiny little, like, you know?
Even on a super wide, I have an ultra wide.
So they didn't declutter, they hyper cluttered and called it decluttering. I think Sig is just trolling us. Also, watch this, guys. Okay, so this number right here in the corner, that's how many flares you have. Who can tell me how many flares I have? I'm gonna drop a bunch of unknown amount of flares. Okay, I've dropped flares, so nobody knows how many. So I want you guys to do a test here. I'm gonna look forward, and I want you guys to count how many seconds it takes you to to find out how many flares I have left. You guys ready? 1, 2, 3, look. How many flares do I have left? Okay. Okay. 40. Okay. Now get this. How many flares do I have set in the burst to fire? How many flares do I have set in my flare burst to fire on a countermeasure? How many? How many flares do I have set in a burst to flare off? I have 8 flares set to fire as decoys. Okay? Notice how the only way to know that is to zoom in. Right? How many noise do I have? That's kind of important, because if I'm a pilot and I'm trying to avoid fire, right? I need to know how many flares I have set in a burst, because if I got EMs on me, I need at least 4. And if I'm squinting and I'm like, and it takes me like a bunch of seconds, like, oh, okay. These guys don't know shit. Yeah. Oh, that's funny, man. Yep. I'd say this HUD gets a solid 3 out of 10. Old HUD gets a solid 7 out of 10. This is a huge step back in my opinion, right? It's just not an effective HUD. As with DCS, you set your flare burst present before you take off when you are in a single seat. Mm-hmm. Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, $800 million. Dude, it's so funny at this point, man. Oh, man. Yeah. My goodness. Oh, my goodness. I mean, what do you even say anymore, right? Alright. Oh, yes. Look at this.
Do you want to try a Scorpius? If you want to, let me know.
Target status. Cell status.
Kind of curious to see what that looks like now.
Alright, guys.
They did make it with the remote.
Oh, I 30k'd.
How many decoys do I have? How many decoys do I have right now? Who can tell me how many decoys or how fast I'm going right now? Oh, I'm sorry. What's that, guys? You can't see how fast I'm going? All right, let me zoom in here. Oh, it's so funny, dude. Who just shot at me? Oh, here. Let me look at my... Oh, sorry. Oh, that's an F8 Lightning. Oh, okay. Maneuver kill. Archimedes 1, F8 0.
To be fair, the Archimedes is a much better ship.
Yes, it is. And the F8 Lightning. Star System players are like punching bags. You know, you know what's also cool, guys, if we had a shroud that covered just over top of the HUD display here, it would block the light so we could actually see our displays. So they didn't put a shroud here over top of this. Like, they have this little thing here, but it's too, like, they got to bring it out a bit more because it's not blocking the light.
Sid Fire's making a beeline for you, by the way.
Okay. There's the I see him, yep. Who cares about pirate management? Just aim, and fire. I'm about to embarrass you with a little racing ship. Is somebody else shooting at me now?
Nope, you're good.
Yeah, could have sworn there was another ship moving there here.
I'm making sure nobody third parties.
Thank you. I'm getting lots of hits on him here. Just gonna get closer here. Oh, Sid, you're about to lose to an Archimedes, bro. In a duel. With size 1 guns and an Archimedes.
You serious?
5,000 needle pricks.
I've actually been enjoying the Fury.
The Fury's been a lot of fun. Now that it has a mag again?
The Arrow, there's Stakeroo. Yeah, but I've been enjoying the Fury. Out of all the, I mean, I really don't like the HUD, but I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter, right? Excuse me. Oh, he's coming in. Hey, bud, what are you doing? Want to get embarrassed again? And walk his nose. Oh, he's gonna nav on me. I can feel it. I can feel it. He's gonna nav. He's gonna nav. He's nabbing. Oh yeah, I gotta set self status here. Because
Noticing a bug when you change modes too, it throws your throttle back to 0.
It also changes your MFDs because each mode has a different preset for MFDs, so I gotta like change the MFDs in each mode here.
Terrible.
Shields come back up way slower coming out of nav now, though.
That's good though. You want that.
Yeah.
Reduces the nav sniping. It's like taking candy from a kid, man. My budget Temu Fury is better than the Navy's prize fighter. Oh man! Actually, I 3D printed this off Amazon, guys. So what do you guys think?
Did you download a TIE fighter?
Yeah, downloaded a TIE fighter. Bro. Oh my goodness, dude.
Jump on a Scorpius, I'm ready.
So SIG maximize UI at the expense of UX. Well, it should be the complete opposite. Yep. Said you wouldn't download a car. Oh no. Said you are not allowed to kill 7 people without dying though. Time to self-destruct. Oh yeah, that's right. Yogi's like, oh, you know, we can't have we can't have players be able to take on. Oh.
Did you have enabled?
It's like a 1K drone versus an Abrams tank, right?
Oh, I can't.
Actually, yeah. The Ukraine war just 3D printed a bunch of Furies.
Try to get out and then get in your ship.
Yeah.
Looks like you forgot your project presentation and you did something in 2 hours to show something. A1, you can please explain what happened back in 2016 when cruise and hover mode. Didn't the community say they don't want modes switching beyond QT? Yep. They also didn't want afterburner, which they brought back. They also didn't want modes, which they brought back. They also didn't want lower speeds, which they brought back. They also didn't want gunnery changes, which they brought back. They also didn't want gimbaling, but they brought that back too. CIG has literally done everything that the community said not to do. I shit you not. So this right here, my friends, is what's called a reckoning.
Are you in the same match?
Should be. Yeah. No, I am. I'm in the same match. Multi-crew just is not. I cannot enable it.
Yeah, I saw that. I just don't see you anywhere.
Oh, that's because I'm sitting in the thing.
Oh, yeah, just spawn and I'll just fly up to you.
Oh, that'll work. Yeah. And then with that. That's smart. Smart cookie. Which kid's so smart?
I had some great training.
I'm in. Let's see.
I love how these boys all forgot that I used to dogfight all day with these things. I'm just walking circles around these glads, dude. So the Vanguard now has less hit points than a Scorpius while being almost 3 times as big. Yeah. The Vanguard now has less hit points than a Scorpius while being, yeah. I think that crux of it all, we told them already all these things are not good, but they did 180 like you said. Madness. Yeah. Lag pip making me anxious is haunting. Yeah. I don't hate the idea of gimbals and afterburners, but what is the reason people don't want them? First of all, when you have space drag, when you have resistance pushing up against you in space, it feels horrible. So that's number one. Number two, it makes it so that the person that has the higher top speed will always win. End of story, right? And that's why in a game like a space game, it all comes down to acceleration, right? But if you condense this, like if you condense the zone of play to a nice tight small zone, then what matters more then is top speed rather than acceleration, right? And so we see ships like the Buccaneer being extremely dominant, and ships like the Fury now being extremely dominant, because the Fury is the perfect space fighter. It's tiny, it's high powered, it's very maneuverable, and its top speed is, guess what? 550 meters per second, right? Which is a massive bonus to the design of the Fury. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a fan of the design in terms of how it looks. I mean, I'm a fan of how it performs. So, Amon, can I share a link with you? It's a quote from Sig. Sure. Makes sense. Thanks for the answer. Anytime, buddy. Look, ultimately, guys, we're going to play whatever the game turns into. But I hate to say it, guys, but once again, I told you so. So we should get a big checkerboard and just check off all the things where I said, don't do this, and then Sig does it, and then they have the response when I'm, that's what I fucking told you was going to happen. So. But, you can only help them so much, right, guys? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. All right.
Yeah, I don't see you at all, DK. Are you sure you're in the?
I'm in menu at the moment.
Okay.
I'm just setting up a Scorpius because I couldn't see yours. Also gonna see if I can unbug the spawn menu.
All right. I see a Fury. All right. Love that they'd be pulling back before they ever got water, even. You can make bingo cards, right? Who's this Fury? Target unavailable. So who am I targeting? Nihilist. There you go.
Yeah.
Well, it was a fun run, right, guys? You want to fight? Come on.
No.
Hey!
No, stay away. Hey,
Oh! Bonk!
Oh, I'm spawn bugged out of that lobby.
So it's safe to say Aurora will still have useful layout for information now. I'm not sure actually what the layout for the Aurora will look like.
Well, if anyone was curious, the lobby spawn bug for rejoining has not been fixed.
So I figured. The Corsair is so big. It also feels big because the speeds are so low, right? So, do you have a YouTube video on the acceleration being important to space? Oh, guys, Shemp, just go to my YouTube channel. There's plenty of videos there that explain it. Plenty. All right.
Don't even stand a chance.
Well, you just weren't in the right geometry, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, collision is overpowered. Good players should not be allowed to force 7 to 8 new players to crash. Oh my god, jousting herder. I guess try not to, yeah. Hey, you guys know me. Whatever the game turns into, we'll play it. And we'll giggle the whole way through, but I just,
Really good at it.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. It's just, they'll never stop us. It's just, it's disappointing. Like, because the whole way that they're concepting it is like, oh, well, players shouldn't be able to do this, and it's like, first of all, who are you to tell that? Second of all, how do you know? It's like hate speech. We don't want hate speech. Okay, well, what's hate speech? What defines hate speech? Who decides to enforce it? That's the same thing with skill. Who's skilled? Okay, well, what is skill? How many people can play at that level? Like, who do you define as highly skilled and low skilled? And also, who are you to say who's, like, you know, it's just, you can't balance for skill. You balance for capabilities. And you balance for maximum and minimums of the ship itself, and let skill be its own thing, right? Yeah, you can look at results too, but, you know, some people say that, you know, there's lots of ways to measure skill, right? Just join. Does it feel as bad as it looks? The current state of master modes in terms of the playability is like a 6 out of 10. So there's some playability there. It's fun-ish, you know. It's not as good as before, in my personal opinion, but it's not unsalvageable. We just need higher speeds. That's really what it comes down to. We need higher SCM speeds, so we can get a much better experience. Maybe we should go back to Jericho. It's probably where people are.
Yeah, if you go to a new lobby, let me know.
Yeah, I'm just gonna catch this fury here. I like how my target indicator is right where my radar is, so it's getting in the way of me shooting. You know, because this zone right here needs to be clear so I can actually get my gun sight on. Like, the radar should have been a little below here, or it should have been on an MFD panel, and we should have had more than 2 MFD panels. You know, the Gladius has plenty of real estate for MFDs. It's unnecessary, but... So what if SIG had increased accelerations? No, you wouldn't want to increase accelerations because then the game would feel even tighter, right? You could argue that the accelerations have to come down, but that will make the game feel quite slow, you know? Let's go to... Maybe. Maybe.
Oh, that's why I can't add you. You haven't on PU yet.
Yeah.
That's so goofy.
To some...
Allowed
We
to
would
have
be
those.
honored if you would join us.
Yeah, you have to enter the PU.
Aren't they to add 2 helmet MFDs? And I mean, yeah, you could, right? So A1, some guys say that there's a second HUD that we didn't see yet. Can you check this out? Yeah, the helmet HUD stuff, right? But I mean, sure. But you know, the more stuff you put on your helmet, the less awareness the player has. It's that simple. You want as much information pushed into a small area as you can and have it easily visible. And, like, you know, the way I see it is, you know, the cluttering, like, they talk about declutter and then they do the exact opposite, you know? So I don't know what kind of cognitive dissonance they have, but the more stuff you put up into the corners, the more shit you put in front of your view, like, the more you're just taking away from the pilot being able to actually identify threats as they come and engage, right?
Yeah, I can't turn multi-crew on in free flight.
Yeah,
Kinda
I think
goofy.
it's broken.
Yeah, you can just come over here and get in.
Alright, go to missile mode.
Should have the keybind to unlock my doors.
Yeah. The Scorpius? Oh, GCAT.
Yeah, we want to see what the...
I don't know what they can't keep it up IRL. Heading, speed, radar, contracts, pip, maximum C, max G, away. Said it ain't that much. Said this is concerning that his HUD is quantified too, but important info is hard to see. exactly it. Yeah. Said not a fan of this stuff on top of the MFDs like speed, etc. Yeah, master modes ruined flight for me too. I used to log into the PU not to do anything except just fly as solo random locations because it felt good. Now they ruined that for me. Said sell more ships, promise Pyro and Scorn for 2 just around the corner, guys. I promise, by the way, full reverse on game design, make everything so simple it can run on a console. Yep. Well, if that's the case, guys, then your boy A1 here is going to be the ultimate console pleb beater upper. They're going to come into the game. We're just going to be like, welcome to Master Wars. Woo, boys, we're going to have a good time. Get your skis shined up.
Oh, I get full MFD back here now.
Do you get access to anything when you're in the remote turret?
I'm trying to get into it. Hold on.
Blood for the blood god.
There we go. Yeah.
So I was sure humans figure out
Like, target
all
status
good
is-
HUDs about 50 years ago.
Discord.
Hmm.
If you can put it on stream. I want to see what it looks like.
Welcome to the Master Modes. Get ready to love it. That's right, guys. You better love Master Modes or else.
It's not really any different. They just
No, it's
changed
not
the
different here. Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of naively hoping that they would have added target status to remote turrets.
Oh no, that would have been nice. No, if I look here though,
Mhm.
I can.
Yeah, but you can't really shoot like that.
No, you can't.
So you have to, yeah, you're totally reliant on your pilot to communicate target status.
Are you good now?
Yeah, we're
Yeah, we're stacked up.
Do you have a turret gunner?
Yep.
Okay. Pass and go. I have to be under full boost power just to be able to get enough energy to fucking get past you.
Whoa, this feels floaty.
You're floaty. Your shields aren't up. Either that
They're
or
on my screen.
I'm just shooting right through them.
That's cool.
Like your shields
I
are,
don't have shields either.
you're like I'm just shooting right through your shields, doing hull damage.
My shields are taking damage on my screen.
Yeah, but look, I just popped
I
it.
know, I see that, but
Like, cause I look, your shields are up, and I'm just going right through your shields.
That's weird.
Hello?
so much for that, I guess.
Apparently, Aminskis are ballistic cannons now. Like what?
Apparently.
They should definitely fix that, or understand that the Scorpius has like legit. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness!
I'll write up a bug for it.
That's the fastest I've seen a Scorpius die. That's not even fair, man. It's basically running without shields.
Well, yeah, I was gonna use the shields to tank and trade and kind of try to orbit you, and you just shot an engine off.
Yeah. Fluffer, hold up. What? That's what the dev who tried to gank me said last year. Lol, I'll change. It'll change. You'll see. Yeah, they really showed us, eh, guys?
Did we red out your cockpit though?
I actually want to.
He just said it would change. He didn't say that it would get better.
Wow. All right. Let's go. Fight me, Fury. Whee. Is the Omni still king? Honestly, I think the Omni is going to be back to being king because they have such large like magazine pools. I can shoot forever. So now it just matters what kind of DPS you're getting. You know? Like the Omnis were kind of in a place where they, you know, if you were like 90% accurate, you could probably get away with it. But now, you know. Damn it, hey, when you flew the Scorpius too much, they nerfed it. Anything I touched goes to shit. All right, come here, Fury.
Catch a full speed.
No.
No.
Fury can pull range on anything except for maybe a buck or an Archimedes.
The Razor and the M50 are faster too.
Yeah, but you're landing enough hits that it doesn't matter.
Yeah. But you gotta be careful. You're getting too much centrifugal motion in those fights, and you're bottoming out on the turn, and then I can just track and shoot it.
Yep.
Said, in the grid mark future of the 4.0, there is only master modes. The grim dark future of 4.0. Someone just
swing at it.
All right. Kerrigan, thanks for coming in, brother. 50 tier 1 subs, my man. Holy smokes. Starting off with a bang today, boys. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Give me a sec while I waste GCAD here in his little fury of doom. Slowly make my way up to you. Oh. It's hard to hit the little bastard. Oh, you're gonna come through that turn? Oh, you didn't. Stayed range. Yeah. Nice jousty range here. There we go. God, it's so hard to hit it. Might get a lucky. Oh.
Not my engine pod. I need those.
Oh, I might have got a damage on a thruster hit there. Yeah, you can control range much easier with the Fury. That's what I keep saying, right? Like, I'm gonna need FLs to hit you. Oh, you might have crossed the nose just a little bit too soon. Got him. Close. Very, very close. Yeah. Yeah, the Omnis are just too slow to catch that range. What guns are you using?
FLs.
Yeah, that's why you're able to range control me really well.
Yep.
Almost.
That's what I was going for.
Almost. Let me grab another ship here. I don't have any FL-33s for the Gladius though.
Yeah, that was just taking advantage of being faster and having faster guns.
But being tiny, right? Like that's why I keep saying to people, it's like I'm in a Gladius that actually has a bit of negotiation at those close range fights, and even for the Gladius, like maintaining distance on a Fury that wants to keep you at arm's length is very, very, very difficult. Very difficult. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. I really don't know what to think about the new HUD. Oh shit, I gotta set my HUD. Oh. Sorry. Alrighty. Said, oh, now I am a subscriber first. That's right. Now you have no commercial breaks, so it's nice. Now you can just enjoy the carnage. Enjoy the carnage. So yeah, so overall they've made the HUDs I guess you could say overall less effective. On top of they've taken away power management from single seat fighters, so there's even less that you have to learn and do now. And so your choices are less meaningful, and all that matters now is just getting within range and trading. I'm not a big fan of the new HUD there in Modad. I mean, if you like it, that's great, but that's just my like. People are allowed to like it. I just don't like it. The old system was much better.
The HUD and the Fury. I think it looks good. In the Fury.
It's at least workable, you know.
Yeah.
Could be better, but
Yeah, because at least in the Fury, they put the velocity and stuff vertical next to your struts. So
yeah. At least there's that.
My cat is not harassing me. You want bud?
Pew pew. Pew. So wait, for real, no power management anymore. That's correct. Like, I'm not doing any power management whatsoever. There's no need, right? That, like, all your systems are functioning at 100% power.
I did notice that the nose indicator is gone from the lock as well. So you can't see what direction their nose is facing.
Are we fighting?
I don't know.
I'll fight.
Whoever this is.
That's me. But
Alright.
if I peek at,
First you can.
Over here.
It would be awesome if I could tell who it was.
it would.
Or at least have an indicator as to, like, you know, what your ID signature is.
I'm behind you.
Oh, there you are. 900 meters.
Did you put stealth components on your Fury?
I don't know.
I did.
Yeah, that's why.
Dude, I can,
I
you're,
can't see him.
800 meters is when I pick you up. I can see you visually before I can target you.
Yep.
Renegade, you're echoing, buddy.
Now
Yeah,
imagine
sorry
being a
about that,
Corsair
my bad,
trying to
sorry about
fight that. I could just sit at 800 meters all day.
Yeah, I can't see you. Fun game, what kind of play?
Well, my stick was real wobbly all of a sudden.
We would be honored if you would join us. We would be honored if you would join us. We would be honored.
Thank you for the follow, guys. Welcome to Imperial Navy. Ooh, there it is.
You fight.
Fight, brother. Think of that was a lot easier if I had FLs, though.
You have Omnis on that?
Yeah, just Omnis.
You have a larger mag with Omnis than I do with FLs.
75. That recharges instantly. That's so silly, dude.
60.
Yeah, but even 60, that's crazy.
I mean, it's more than I need. 62, yeah.
Yeah. Said not to be whiny, but maybe more. Maybe use a more concise chirp sound clip for new subs. That siren has been going off. Yeah, I apologize. That usually we don't get 50 gift subs. I got to set an alarm for if it goes above a certain amount. Sorry, you had to sit through that. But at the very least, it was for the Empire. Nothing like the good old Empire alarm. Ooh, a Fury. Alright. Alright. Said I find it ludicrous that they are now removing all skill from only semi-polished game loops they had. Well, I mean, they're not removing skill entirely. Like, obviously, as you can see, I can do better in my Gladius than someone who just started playing. But there is a clear, like, I guess you could say limit. Like, they've kind of put it in a box and put it in the corner because guys like me are like little creatures that like break out of the box and get all over the game, and they're just like, no, stay in the box, stay in your corner, stay in that little area, you know? So I think they're trying to put us in snub fighters now. Like, if we just put them in the snub fighters, then they'll leave us alone. But they'll never take us. They'll never stop us.
Yeah. Skill expression isn't gone, but there's definitely a ceiling on it now.
Yeah, that's there's a
as to what's possible now.
yeah, and I'm not a big fan of that.
A1.
Yeah.
10 more gifted subs.
What's the catch?
No catch.
I appreciate it, brother. What's with all the love today? Is it your birthday or something?
No, you deserve it, brother.
Well, I appreciate it, man. Appreciate the love. Appreciate the love, man. Want to try fighting one more time? Fury versus
Sure.
yeah. Let's see here. Which one? Which one? Which one?
You lock in.
The one that ghosts away is him.
There we go. The one that shot at me is, I'm assuming.
I'll
Yeah.
just disappear off radar for a second.
Yeah.
Here, I'm right with you. All right, let's go.
Alright, let's pass.
Whee! Holy guacamole! One of the guys in chat is gonna be like, "God damn it, that alarm just keeps going off!"
Maybe
Yeah.
there is a catch.
You gotta listen. You gotta listen to that freaking alarm.
No, if you have the fleas, at least let me control one ship.
Well, you gotta be in the squadron for that.
Yeah, let me do that then. Oh well, I'll do it.
Oh, here we go. Come on.
See, the thing is, though, is like you two are like more closely skill matched.
I
but
stayed in that turn.
Yeah, you got caught there.
I feel like if I jump in and 2v1 you just lose, right?
It depends, right? Like, because it changes the dynamic of the fight, but it increases the difficulty by like tenfold. Not, you know.
Right.
And it also depends. Oh, there we go. That's my lucky break then. Sends blood in the water. There it is.
I can't keep my nose on.
Yeah, once the thruster hits, like once you get a thruster damaged, you start getting the wibble wobbles, right?
Yep.
Oh, this John guy. Why would you come into someone's chat and be that rude? Like, why? Like, I don't understand people. They're just... Oh my goodness, dude, these people. Alright. Who's this? Who's this I'm targeting?
I can't tell if I'm being targeted, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably me, because I think you're looking at me.
Who this?
How do you say your name? Nemius? Nemelius?
No,
Nihilist, like in Mass Effect.
Nihilus. I'm watching your stream, by the way, whilst watching A1 as well.
There we go. Let's see. Oh. Catch that turn. Oh! Come back here. Well, you should have kept your boost down, man. If I'm pursuing like
I ran
that...
out.
Oh.
Out of boost.
Oh, well. Oopsie.
Don't do that.
Big oopsie on that one then. Bruce Hawk, thank you for the sub, brother. Welcome, welcome.
A1, may I ask, what's your favorite ship in Star Wars?
The TIE Phantom from Rebel Strike.
Oh, I'm gonna Google it.
So the TIE Phantom was a covert ops TIE fighter that actually could cloak. Like, it had a cloaking device on it. And so they would attack in packs and they would cloak and just blast shit. And the design of the TIE, like, a lot of TIE fighters have the ball design for their cockpit, but the TIE Phantom is the only TIE fighter that had, in my opinion, a cockpit that, as a pilot, I would vastly prefer over the other TIE fighter cockpits. So, for example, if you see the TIE Phantom here, you can see that you would actually be able to look out of the window and see what's going on. And I guess you could say the struts that have the I guess you could say the panels on them. As the pilot, like, you'd be looking out and they'd only cut off a very small part of your view because you'd just be looking down the blade like this. So as a pilot, you'd have a tremendous amount of visual, like you'd be able to see visually what's going on around you. And there's no other TIE fighter that the Empire used that had that kind of, I guess you could say, situational awareness. Because all the other TIE fighters used variable VR cockpits, which were like never been modeled correctly. So TIE fighter pilots in their helmets are supposed to have augmented reality helmets that allow them to see through the TIE fighter cockpit as if it's like a VR. But it's never been modeled in games, I guess you could say, because it's been too difficult. And on top of that, only the best, I guess you could say, Imperial squadrons had that kit. Everything else just had the standard TIE fighter stuff, right? So, but yeah, that would be my favorite expanded universe Star Wars ship, is the Phantom. All right, let's see here. Return to simulation.
Say that, 'cause I literally googled the same TIE fighter as well after you said it. I
It's
think Darth Vader's was good, but then in according to what you say, obviously he has blind spots as well.
So the Vader's a bit different because he's got the Force, so he can just like know what's around him all the time. But the TIE X1, which was the advanced, was Vader's TIE fighter, which then eventually turned into the TIE Avenger, which was the advanced TIE fighter program, and that was the next versus TIE fighter, which is ironically what the name Avenger 1 comes from, was the TIE Avenger, right? Said, are they taking decoupled mode now? Dude, if they take decoupled mode, I'd be so fucking sad, dude. I'd be like, well, what's the point then? You know? I mean, that would be the nail in the coffin, truly. Right?
Flight assist off.
Yeah, like what would be the point? Like if they took decoupled away, that's like the last thing, that's like the last vestige of like any kind of space combat feeling game. You know?
I guess I can say this. Chat, you're welcome. Was it? It's more 5 more gifted chats.
Well, look at you coming and making it rain today. Everybody gets a sub. You get a sub. You get a sub.
I'll go you 6. I'll go you 6.
All right. Let's see here. I believe the Exodus would be legendary if decoupled would be removed. Yeah, they can't remove decoupled. You know? Vehicle selection. Anvil arrow.
How do you feel about 40k?
I've loved 40k since I was a kid. I actually have like a Tau army in my room, and my brother's Tyranid army that he gave me for safekeeping. Put some industrial coolers on this bitch.
You should see the emissions of the arrow when you have all military
Is it
on it.
is it bad?
It's ridiculous. It's like 30,000 meters.
Wait, the arrow is that?
Yeah, with full military, it's like 30 kilometers.
What?
Yeah, just look. My Fury was slightly weaker because I was using full stealth, but you can't see it outside of 800 meters. If you use full military, you get the stronger shields and stuff, but you're visible from orbit.
I'm a firing my laser.
Stealth is probably going to be the meta for this build.
Well, especially with all the missile bullshit, right?
Yeah, you can't missile what you can't lock.
That's right.
And the Fury has lock range so close.
Oh my goodness,
with
dude! Like
you can't fire size 3 that.
you look at this freaking thing, and it's like these numbers, they should be down in their own little HUD display here. You know, this SCM gun should be like, there should be a HUD element right here. Like some of these coupled ESP should be on the A posts, like right here and here. My throttle should be on this post. My velocity should be on this post. Like my decoy noises should be down here in the radar, like right above in this little area here. Like it's just so much like ugh. Said fixed just like that. Like, I don't know why you would. Oh, whatever. Where is everybody? I'm in Jericho.
I'm equipping an arrow as well.
Yeah. And look at how fast my arrow goes. A whopping 515 meters per second. Fucking slow as shit, dude. Kerrigan coming in. Coming in with 10 more gift subs. Oh boy. We're fucking cooking with cheese today, boys. Nobody's gonna watch commercials. Alright. Let's see here. I mean, if you look at how fast, like, if we go up to the top SCM speed, like, this is where the SCM should be letting us fly. Like, at this speed like this, naturally, you know? But holding boost down to get theirs just doesn't feel good, you know? Turn. Well, I guess we're in for an interesting 6 months, you know?
I see you do racing as well.
I do some racing, but the problem with racing is, again, our speeds and the ship control. Like, the flight model being in a state that it's in, like, impacts racing the most, because that's all it is. Racing is all just about mastering the flight model, right? So, you know, the racers are all but extinct at this point. Which is really a huge loss for the community, you know?
Yeah, I think it's really a big part of the game, to be fair.
Well, they literally build ships for racing.
Well,
Like
they
the
also have guns.
the Peregrine doesn't have guns. It's strictly a racing ship. You know? Yeah.
That's fair. You probably won't like the method I play. I'm a Euro Truck Simulator, essentially, when I play this game.
A Euro Truck Simulator.
Essentially, yeah, when I play this game.
So just look at server meshing, the concept to get more players in a stable environment. So we're going to get another light patch possibly today. Maybe they will fix everything wrong, hold a press conference, apologize for their bad joke, and give everyone a free 90. Now you're dreaming, Hyperion. You're fucking... You got some. Whatever, yeah. Let me know what you got. Who's your dealer? So the 100 times people would race if they had actual competitive racing in the verse instead of Arena Commander. So absolutely 400 to 600 is a sweet spot for real. Look, if they can get 400 to 600 people in a server running functionally, the server tests prove that we can kind of do that. So awesome. You know, that's, to me, that's pretty cool. You know? All right, ready to pass and go?
Yeah, I just want to see how far away you can detect me with the stealth build.
I mean, I'm at 1.5k. I can see 1.6, 1.7, 1.7. I lost you at 1.7. What, you can still see me, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I can still see you. I'm coming back in.
You're full stealth. Yeah, I saw you at 1.6.
With FLs though, you can shoot big multi-crew ships that far away.
So what's going to happen now, guys, is fighters are going to be engaging multi-crew ships and they won't even be able to get targeted.
You won't even see them coming.
Everything's on fire! The collapse has begun.
Love this game.
Oh, not today.
I'm fighting against the old flight model. I forget I have unlimited clip.
Yeah, I know. Just put your nose on and pull the trigger. Yeah.
Yeah, 75 shots. What am I being stingy for?
Said, but the hammerhead only still has 2 size 3s. How do you do? So how do you have the reticle the opposite? Oh, lag pip. It's because I have a button set to switch between the two. There we go. There's a 325A here. Ready. Oh. Mm-hmm.
Getting hits throwing my nose all over the place. It's kind of wild.
Getting hits throws your nose all over the place?
Yeah. Taking the fires, throwing my nose all over.
Well, that's not good. So why no target name? They've removed them. Now you just shoot. It's just an arrow. It's just a something. Oh, we're in for quite a citizen con, man. At this point, I'm excited to see the crowd, and when Chris starts talking about stuff, people be like, "Boo! Fucking flight model sucks." Oh, there's a Talon here. I'm not sure whose Talon this is. Okay, well, he just dropped all my shields. So much for so much. Okay.
5 subs if you play a Tana.
A Tana. Okay, we could try it. We could try a Tana after. I actually haven't flown it, so we could give it a shot here.
Well, I'll give you 5 subs in the same.
Slow down, bro. Would you win the lottery? Oh, this poor Talon's gonna get lit.
Is that with repeaters or?
Thank you for the love, brother. We'll fly the Tana here in just a second. Yeah, I'm just using basic repeaters here. Repeaters with FLs on the top here. Oh, don't you run away from me. No, 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 no. Stop him from... Pop! So not a fan of how target locks look. It should be going from center of target outside, not in like from center, but not on full screen to not flash you. Do you have nameplates off or did they remove them? I'm pretty sure they removed them, but if there's an option to turn nameplates back on, show hints. Yep. Yep, not seeing it. Yeah.
There's still an option for show nameplate. It just doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Like at the bottom.
Shows contact distance. Show friendly contact nameplate. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Is that actually going to do it though? Please tell me they did that. Please tell me that works. Nope. Nope. Can I scan? Did you get the nameplates? Okay, so I can see that. Okay, now I can see that, but yeah, but oh my goodness, like see how large these, like see how large those nameplates are? When you're in a big battle, the last thing you want is a giant nameplate popping up to obscure your awareness of what's going on. Oh, Sig, you guys are so cute. All right. Alrighty. Oh, my goodness. Turn on nameplate paragraph. Enable chat GPT. Look at that. Stealth fighter, like it says stealth fighter.
I mean, you can get its signature pretty low if you equip it properly.
Oh, he's just backstrafing on me here. Bro, you just straight up backstrafe the whole fight.
Yeah.
I tried
Shot
to
at me while I was in the
I
mid.
tried to push a position and it just backstrafed the whole fight. Let's see here. All right. Well. Arrow's still a piece of garbage. Like, the arrow's been a piece of trash since they nerfed it to the ground, dude. I don't know why Sig hates the arrow, but like they made that thing so useless. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not fast. It's not like like the arrow was supposed to be this like super maneuverable, like high performance fighter, and it's like a limp Timbit. You know?
Do you get an indication when you're being locked anymore?
I don't know. Do
I
we?
have not heard one. Because I locked you twice and I didn't hear anything. I don't think you get radar lock indication anymore.
Yeah. So I'll win this fight against the Saber just because the Fury is so much better. Alright, so he wants to... Already got his shields down. There we go. Let's see, backstrafes the shit out of me again. Oh yeah. Oh, look at that. He's heavy on the backstrafe, dude. I guess I'll have to bait him in here. Like this. Caught him. Yeah. Backstrafed again. Caught him. At least I have the turn rate in the Fury to kind of punish it, though.
Yeah.
But the arrow should be able to do what I just did there, but it can't. It's not responsive enough. It's too slow on its turn rate. And it's, you know, it's bigger than the Fury, so it gets hit when it's trying to make these plays. That would all be solved if the arrow had higher top speeds. Because then I could actually work my angle and not hit the speed wall like at friggin' 200 meters. Biddle-doo.
I hate to say it. Are you dishing out the Tana?
The what, sir?
Are you dishing out the Tana?
No, you don't want to give every ship the same flight profile, but you know, you want to give them. The problem is it's too compressed right now, and so the differences between the ships are so dramatic because everything is so compressed, right? Oh, never mind. I thought I took you literally.
Without taking hits in the arrow. Oh my god.
Yeah, the arrow is not a dogfighter now. So they need to make it so that the detections is not just based off of ship signature, but should also take in the power of the target ship, thus allowing bigger ships to pick up targets at longer range. So yeah, balls deep in the engineering degree. They don't have time anymore. Trouble with devs is know what we want, but translating into code isn't translated well.
Yeah. I just can't.
Yeah,
No
but
backstrafe.
yeah, but this isn't a translating into code thing. They can switch the speeds. Like they can do this. Like, it doesn't take a rocket science to go into their code and change the speeds, right? They can bring SCMs up to 500 or 400 or 450. They can do that. Like, it'll take them a day. But they're making the conscious choice to not do that, right? That's the difference. Yeah. So would it be better to bring all speeds closer between ships? Yeah, so what you want is you want differentiation, like different... Okay. Let me explain to you guys what... Let me show you guys what I mean. Because here's what needs to happen. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna bring out the paints. We're bringing out the paint, boys. We're bringing out the paint, boys. Okay. I want everyone to get your pens out. Okay, get your pens. SIG guys that are lurking in my chat, get your fucking notepads out because you're going to school. So here's ship number 1. Here's you guys. Okay, we're the blue. The chasing target is the white. Okay? Actually, we'll make it red because why not, right? So here's the enemy ship chasing. Okay? As it currently states right now, the top speed of a Buccaneer is 600 meters per second. Okay? The top speed of, let's say, an arrow is 514 meters per second. Okay? So what is the average delta difference, assuming that during a chase, the Buccaneer is at maximum speed and the arrow is also at maximum speed? Okay? And this is assuming that the arrow has made the perfect disengage. Okay? The perfect disengage. Okay? So we're at, let's say, 1,500 meters. Okay? Which means we're just outside of gun range and we want to close to within, 800 is our gun zone. So what we want to do is we want to close that distance. Now, because of the difference in how fast the closing ship can get there, I'm closing at a rate of 86 meters per second. Okay? So how many seconds is it going to take me to cross, let's say, 500 meters? Right? It's probably going to take me anywhere from 5 to 6 seconds. Okay? At maximum top speed. Now don't forget too, the Buccaneer accelerates to its top speed at 26 Gs. Okay? The arrow accelerates at 21 Gs. Okay? So I'm going to reach my speed ceiling much faster than this little here arrow guy. Okay? Now, what happens right now is because our speeds are so different between the light fighter, has his top speed at 514 and the interceptor has its speed at 600, the interceptor is always going to be able to dictate if this guy is in engagement. Okay? Now, what this means, back this up, is that the guy that's running, if I'm in an interceptor, obviously, he will never, no matter what he does, be able to get away from me. And, God forbid, he makes a calculation error for less than a second. I'm going 600, and he's going SCM speed of 220 meters per second. The difference, to make the math simple, let's say he's going, let's say he's going 300 meters per second, right? Which is faster than what the ship is now. And the Buck goes 600. Okay? That means the delta, the average closing rate, is 300 meters per second. Because he's not in afterburner, and I am. I'm closing distance on him. Okay? So what happens is, after 3, 6, 9, 12, so after 4 seconds, we're crossing basically 2.2 kilometers. Which is a crazy amount of distance. Right? So if I do everything perfect, I know where my opponent is, I put him behind me, I'm using my boost, I'm doing everything I need to maintain distance and an engagement. Because there is a class difference between my ship and the light fighter, the only option I have in the light fighter is to get above my SCM speed and afterburner speed, and the only way to do that is to go into nav mode. Because if I'm in a disadvantageous position, I'm going to have to take that fight when I don't want to, because the speed differential between a Buccaneer and an arrow is so vast that I can cross like kilometers of distance trying to like engaging this target, which is way, 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 way too much. So what needs to happen is like the previous model where the Buccaneer would go 600, okay? And the arrow goes 590, okay? 590. Now, this means that the Buccaneer can still engage the arrow, right? But it also means that the arrow now has time to decide in the fight what needs to happen. And the fact that they lock this behind a boost meter, what means is they can only maintain this geometry, I guess you could say, the nose to tail chase, as long as you have boost. So what is it? 30 seconds, right? So they can only do this chase for 30 seconds. Because once you're out of boost, the fight's over. I close distance on you at kilometers a second. You could be 10 kilometers away. I'm not kidding. You could be 10 kilometers away, like well outside the engagement. And if you run out of boost, this fucking Buccaneer over here is going to come ooga booga, fly up to you 5 kilometers away, and it's going to force you to fight. And it just makes things miserable. So the only option for these fighters is to go into nav mode, right? Which breaks the flow of the fight, makes it feel really janky. Like everything feels sticky, but at the same time hard to nail down. It's just not a good way to play, right? So what they need to do is the differential between your Buccaneer and a light fighter needs to be a lot closer. Okay? Now the Buccaneer still has his 26 Gs and the arrow still has his 24 Gs. Okay? Which means the Buccaneer, if he's doing everything like he should be, the Buccaneer is still going to be able to disengage the light fighter. However, and I say however, lots of times if an arrow gets a good merge, so for example, let's say you have a guy over here, right? And he flew in like this, he's making turns, and now he's doing this, and he was going really fast, but now he's dropped his energy, he's going 200 meters per second, okay? And your little arrow is out here, and you see this opportunity, and you slide in like this, and you get in behind him, okay? Because you've seen the geometry of the turn. You know that Buccaneer is gonna go this direction, right? And this is all part of like understanding flight. You know he can go in any one of these 3 directions, right? Because if he slows down even more, if he starts to turn over this way, you've got him, because the light fighter can outturn and engage stuff at that low energy state. So you want to fight in this area, right? So a Buccaneer's, if he's doing it right, it's not going to make that choice. He's going to split into one of these directions and try to pull you away. That Buccaneer is going to start moving away, but the Gladius or the light fighter is still going to be able to maintain distance on the Buccaneer as he makes his escape. Now this becomes a nose to tail dogfight like you see in the movies and all that stuff. And what happens is the Buccaneer is going to get away, but it's not going to be one of those things where like, I've got him, and then he hits his boost and he's just gone. It's like, you know what I mean? And if we have higher top speeds, then as we filter in, we can be coming in at 400 meters per second. We can drop our speed here in the turn just a little bit, and then we can build our speed back up, and we can actually carry our momentum with him as he tries to out-accelerate us. Because all we need to do is stay within 800 meters of that Buccaneer for long enough to make a kill. And what they've done is they've basically removed this kind of flight geometry because they've condensed everything so tight that like you just can't get those nose to tail fights. You can't get those opportunities because the difference between the interceptor and the light fighter, the difference between the light fighter and the heavy fighter are so vast that like they've basically made it so that this ship is allowed to engage this ship, but they're not allowed to engage these ships. But they fucked up because interceptors can engage all ships. Interceptors can engage all ships. So you've now made a dominant ship. You've gone rock, paper, scissors, dynamite, right? You've gone rock, light fighter, heavy fighter, multi-crew, dynamite, which is interceptors. And Dynamite just says, go fuck your balance triangle, because we can engage all 3 of you guys whenever the fuck we want, right? So it's just, if I was going to do it, I would allow us, first of all, I'd take Afterburner away entirely. I'd just get rid of that. Afterburner is the dumbest thing ever. What you want to do is have a ship exist in a cone, right? So here's your speed zone, right? There's your speed zone. That's the area of which you're allowed to play, okay? In Master Modes right now, this is the Light Fighter speed zone, right? As you can see here, the area that he has to play in is significantly smaller, and a multi-crew ship looks like this, okay? So what happens is, if I can keep combat in this area right here, you know, which is about 450 meters per second to 600, I now get to choose what happens. I can move around here, engage from this angle. I can move around here, engage from that angle. I can consolidate my forces 3-to-1 here, and then dive in and engage a guy here, and then make my way out. And all while that's happening, everyone inside this zone can only stay with me for the time that they're within that zone. And as long as I'm looking at targets and engaging, then I can basically dip in and dip out of those speed zones, because I have the acceleration to dictate it, and I have the top speed to decide when and where I want to take fights. And this is a fundamental problem that they just, again, they still haven't figured this out, because they keep fucking it up. So I told them, and I'll tell you guys, the answer to this is to make everybody's speed zones much more similar. So this is the zone an interceptor can play in, and this is the zone a light fighter can play in, right? So yes, I'm going to have a slight area here where I can engage and the light fighter can't, but it's a smaller margin, right? It's a much smaller margin. And so what happens is the top speed doesn't matter as much as acceleration now. Is if I have a target here and I'm moving around doing my thing, and I got a guy over here, if my acceleration is 20 Gs and his acceleration is, let's say, 15 Gs, and what ends up happening is, as he's making his way to his speed ceiling, I can just get in on him and stay on him all the while, right up until he gets to that point where he can make it past his top speed zone and then slowly start to disengage me. Which is what the old flight model used to be. Because that's why you had stuff like Hornets. So Hornets had 26 Gs of acceleration through a tricord. Even though CIG thinks tricording is broken / an exploit, it just means they fundamentally don't understand their model, right? So if you're accelerating out, what mattered is less about top speed and much more about, am I able to get the engagement that I want and hold the engagement long enough before they're out of the fight, right? And this was how the old system did it, which was a better system than we have now. But there is a better way to do all of this, and what I've been telling CIG they need to do. But again, they've now shown us what their power management system is doing, and to me, it's disgusting, because it takes the hands away from you as the pilot, and it puts it into what's called a set and forget zone. So you set your power, and then off you go, right? So you have blocks, right? You have X amount of, I call them Lego blocks, right? These are your Lego blocks. So you have, out of 10 Lego blocks, you have 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So these are your coolers, right? Your coolers require, let's say, these are worth 2 each. So 3 Lego blocks. These are your power settings for shields, engines, and all that jazz. So what ends up happening is, some guy might charge up his weapons to 2. He might charge his engines like this to 4, because you always want top speeds. And then charges his shields to 4, which would give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so 10. So we're out. This number doesn't work, actually. We're gonna have to change that. Let's make it, because they've given us 12, right? No, they've given us 14. So we got 14 Lego bricks, right? We don't have anything in power management so far. We don't have anything in life support because we don't need to. Now the thing is, this having power and weapons increases the rate of fire, the recharge rate, all that fun stuff, right? Engines right now, all this controls is how fast I replenish my boost meter, which is we'll get back to that in a second because the boost meter is fucking stupid, right? The shields right here are affecting like how strong they are, how much recharge they have, how fast they recharge, that kind of shit, right? Okay, let me explain something to you. If you ever take power away from your engines, you're going to die. So you would always have power to engines. They would have to make the power to engines so significantly different. Like it doesn't matter, right? Because what it's not changing is my top speed, right? So if my arrow goes 515 meters per second, if I put 100% power to my engines, I still go 515 meters per second. And this is fundamentally wrong. What we need to have is a system where I bring that energy to the engines higher and I bring it to let's say 600 meters per second, right? But in order for me to do that, I've got to drain power from my engines and my shields to be able to put power in my engines, right? So in order for me to get my maximum speed, I've now drained my weapons and drained my shields. Okay? But this also means that if I'm at 600 meters per second, guess what I can do now? I can now disengage interceptors at the cost of choosing to no longer be in a fight. I now no longer have the weapon power to be meaningful, and I've dropped my shields, so whatever is left in my shield reservoir or my shield capacitor stays there and slowly starts to diminish over time. Instead of right now where you take power to shields and you lose that right away. Like that's kind of that means that there's no actual capacitors. Because if you pull power from a system and it just drains it right away, that means that there was no capacitor there to begin with. So if I drain my shields to 1, then I'm going to start slowly losing the shields of my ship over time. 10 hit points per second, 10 hit points per second, on we go, right? The reason why we want to move to a system like this is for this geometric reason right here, which I'm going to show you.
How does that work with larger ships?
It'll work essentially the same in a certain way. So watch this. So if I have Buccaneer number 1 here, okay? And I'm chasing arrow number 1 here. Then what ends up happening is Buccaneer's going this way. We're going 600 meters per second. I'm disengaging. I've now dumped all my power, okay? I've dumped all my power. I've put it all into engines. I have no weapons and no shields, okay? All my Lego all my Lego bricks are in engines, which means my arrow now is going 600 meters per second, okay? So unless that Buccaneer gets a perfect merge on me and gets within like 200 meters and stays there, I'm going to be able to start making my escape. And what happens is it adds a skill check. This Buccaneer now has a small window because if I'm closing distance, I now have to decharge my weapons. So once I get a shot on this arrow, let's say I'm within 1,000 meters, right? I'm closing distance at, let's say, 10 meters per second because his top speed was 590, right? Because he's dumped all his power into engines. Then what ends up happening is I've got that small window of opportunity to make this kill before he's out he goes. And if we don't have afterburner, that means that once I put all this power into my ship, I'm now able to maintain that speed at the expense of loss of weapons and loss of shields. Okay? So that Buccaneer is going to make that catch. I'm going to try. I'm going to shoot. I'm going to decharge my weapon magazine from 1,000 shots to 0, right? And before you know it, I've dropped all my weapons. I don't have the kill because he's actually slowly moving away from me. I'm not within range anymore. I lost him. Well, now I've got to recharge my weapons. So the Buccaneer puts power back into his weapons. It takes it a bit out of engines, and he starts putting power back into shields. And when he does that, he goes from 6 back to 580. And I start to lose distance because I, in the Buccaneer, missed my shots, didn't trigger discipline, and didn't fire at the right opportunity. I've now been punished for being bad at the game by allowing a ship that theoretically is slower than me to get away without the use of fucking nav modes. Is everyone following along with what I'm saying? So, because you have to have checks and balances, right? Because what you don't want is a world where for example, there's always a check and balance and a sacrifice. If I'm in a ship like an Arrow, I've now chosen to take my shields and take my weapons away, right? Essentially, I've gone into nav mode by power management, right? So these things really matter. It adds premeditated thought to how you want to approach a situation. It adds timing, like when do you switch power, the timing and when you do it, it matters. But right now, what CIG has done is it basically said, oh yeah, all your weapons are powered and everything's good to go. Just don't even worry about this in a fight. Just turn on, just fire and get close, and that's it, right? And I think that's the real, I guess you could say, tragedy of the power management system that we have now. It's just basically it's a parody of itself, right? It's there, but it's not meaningful in any way, right? It's basically a glorified mini game that as you take damage in the fight, you have to start plugging holes. And so the power management system is basically like, hey, these are all the parts of your ship that are good to go. And as the fight goes on, they start to degrade. That's really all it is, right? But in a fighter, they basically come to the decision that in a fighter, you don't have time to power manage. So we're just going to take that away and just let you, we're going to simplify it for the fighters. And don't worry about it, guys. All the power is good. Just fly. It's just ridiculous. So CIG gets a 2 out of 10 on power management on this one, boys. Can't I choose the map?
Are you gonna fly Tano?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Here, standby. Oh, rip.
The map says, I think.
Free flights, vehicle selection.
Pretty good what you say. Your descriptive views are pretty good. I've learned a lot from what you just said there.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of ways to, lack of a better word, skin the cat, but all right, Prospector Tana. I'm not sure I can rent ships though.
I'll give you 5 more gifted subs.
Fucking man's on fire today.
I'm sorry, I'll mute myself after this.
Oh, good.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks. I appreciate it, bro. I think a lot of folks in the stream are also appreciating.
The month is something to the people who are anyone who's been gifted a gifted sub, you're very welcome. That's all I have to say.
I'm sure they appreciate it, man. And thanks for doing that. Okay, let me see here.
Very welcome. I'm gonna mute myself.
Roger that. Okay, laser cannons, Omni 2s. So 2 size 3s, 2 size 2s. It's gonna have to do for what we have. Let's try this. All right, so Sig just wants, hey, 5 more gift subs to the channel. So my God, look at the F7A in that glitch screen. Okay, let's pull out the MISC. We under multi-roll, right? Tana. Okay. Okay, I have one extra Lego brick. I'll put it into my coolers. Anyway. Target status. Sure. All right, so how many G's do I have? 10 G's. Oh, there he is. Yikes. Can I VTOL here? So that's VTOL. Okay, switch the position. Okay, so which one is which then? Side. Sorta. So if I go into VTOL here, what's my up G's here? 12 G's, 13 G's. If I'm not in VTOL, you got 9 G's. Okay, so VTOL does give me deflectional axis. So yeah. Well, if I just hold people at the speed wall, I can just kite and engage them. Being as though I'm red on the wingtip just from a little bit of fire tells me that this thing is extremely brittle. So it's probably, you know, it's probably... It's the what, sir?
It's a glass hammer.
It doesn't even have that many guns. It's got 2 size 3s and 2 size 2s. So most fighters have a...
No hammer.
It's like a glass mallet. Like a, you know, it's a glass chicken mallet. As far as deflection ability here. Yeah. I can't really deflect against anything because it's too physically large, right? So if something gets close to it, it trades it and it can't trade. So I mean, Tana's probably, yeah, it's probably still
Choose something you enjoy.
Let's just go back to the Gladius for a minute.
Choose something you enjoy. I'll give you more subs. 1 second.
Buddy, slow down. It's the glass mallet, right? Let's see here. I'm not sure who that is. Target status. There we go. Use the dragonfly. All right, let's try this here. Oh boy.
A1, if you don't mind.
What's going on? There we go. Easy kill.
I just want to say, those who have been gifted by me, you are very welcome. That's all I have to say.
I'm sure they appreciate it. It's always nice, man. I mean, the commercials, like when I'm watching streams, sometimes the commercials are just like, ugh. But the subs really help, and I appreciate it, man. Like for real, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, 100%. I'm nephew, brother.
All right, let's see. I wonder if this Drake Cutlass wants to fight me here.
But those who have been gifted, you're very welcome. That's what I have to say.
Oh my god, I'm shooting. Oh look, the cutlass has a shield bug too. I can shoot right through its shields and do damage to it. So the Scorpius and the cutlass have bug shields.
Maybe it's size 2 shields that are bugged.
Oh, that makes me even more scared.
I could pull something else out.
After so many years, no settled fundamental basics. I know, eh? So look what happened to Star Wars Galaxies. Had an amazing system dumbed down due to WoW's success that broke. Jedi was super hard to attain, and it had a permadeath mechanic. And they went, yeah. I've always heard stories of Star Wars Galaxies of like, man, back in the day, like that was the fucking place to be, right? And now it's like, Galaxies is, you know, I guess it was a Sony that took over and then just destroyed it, right? So there are no shield holes anymore with this new shield system. There are no shield holes. Galaxies was the bomb. Well, I don't know, boys. I don't know. Ruined. So what is that? That's a Corsair. Oh yeah, they nerfed the Corsair, right? So now it's I mean, I'm gonna be honest, guys. The Corsair would lose to basically any single seat fighter. But barring any single seat fighter against other multi-crew ships, it really wasn't that overpowered. It just had a lot of forward-facing guns. But, you know. Now two of you will die in a fire instead of just one. So number said too much. Yeah, too many NPC kills. Said $1,000 a month gets you all ships in the game. So rip my Corsair. Yep. Yep. What are your thoughts on not having keybinds for specific weapon groups? So when you say not specific weapon groups, like they took away our fire groups? Did they take away our fire groups? So weapons.
You can switch between the 4 fire groups, and there's a keybind for that, but you can't have 2 separate buttons to fire separate fire groups.
Oh, that's dumb. Why would they do that?
I don't know.
Like, who makes these decisions? I mean, if this isn't an example of range control, I don't know what does. I mean, there's a Gladius over here, and then is this a hammerhead that's shooting? Yeah, it's a hammerhead. Yeah, well, that's a real shame because fire groups makes a lot of sense because you could have lasers to drop shields and then you could drop ballistics on them. You know, it's a shame that they want to switch. Like now they've basically made switching guns a mode too now. Well, I got to switch my weapon mode for which gun I'm going to shoot. I mean, like, I'm not trying to be negative. It's like, look, these are what they've changed, and it's just, they're just, like, just a supper. God damn it, dude. Said, no, like, normal nameplates, yeah, what, really, you can't just keybind your weapon groups? Nope. So that was probably just an oversight. No need to get worked up over anything. Lots of changes. I hope so, man, because removing weapon groups is just another in a long list of things where it's like, what? Like, why would you do that? Someone in SIG lost a fight to a Corsair. Nerfed. Yeah. 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 Maybe we should go into the persistent universe and just go around blasting people. This should teach people to stop buying ships. So they didn't remove them. You just have to keybind the change of them. Yeah, but does that mean that, like, when I say keybind the change, can I fire both my weapon groups at the same time? Or am I have to switch to that weapon group and then fire? Do you see what I'm saying? Because you want to be able to shoot both of your weapon groups independently on different triggers. Switch, right, so switch then fire is, in my opinion, not as effective as just having separate triggers to engage them, right? You cannot fire multiple weapon groups.
Who wins in a fight? Jango Fett or Boba Fett?
I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to keep it on Star Citizen, brother. Said you also can't.
Jango Fett or Boba Fett, but either way, I'm gonna give you 5 subs.
You been drinking?
No?
Yeah.
There's 5 subs anyway.
Just chill, man. Just chill.
Jango Fett or Boba Fett?
I'm gonna give it to Boba just because he has more experience, and I think experience is always gonna trump out in a.
This is the first time we disagree.
Yeah.
I mean, Boba's just a 1-to-1 clone of Django.
Said you can only click.
I'm not going to go into it, but Jango Fett wins.
So you can one-click fire all weapons. Yes. So Boba is just a clone of Django. They would be equal in every way. The only difference is that Django might run into age issues. Yeah, but Boba's got more experience. He's older. Like when are we doing this test? Is it like, you know, like at like in
different ways.
Yeah, but Mandalorian Boba is no joke either, right?
Boba has been trained in different ways, but Boba Fett has been Jango Fett has been trained in different ways. Mandalorian trained.
Said Helldivers 2 lost that one. Devs always lose that one. Always lose what? Always lose what, guys? So yeah, because driving away from your source of money is always a good idea. Dev versus player. Yeah, shouldn't it be dev? Yeah, the whole versus thing kind of makes me cringe. You know?
I respect what you say, but for me, Jango Fett.
Oh, I just got tagged. Who just hit me? Oh, a hurricane. I guess I'll scan him here. Oh, it's Tumbles in a hurricane. Does he have a gunner, though? Hope he has a gunner. Oh, it looks like he's got a gunner. All right, well, if I'm engaging a hurricane, then I'll just range control it. And gonna fight? Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that's one way to do it. Oh, see, I tried to strafe in the direction there, but I'll try and range control it here. Oh, no, he's rushing me again here. That's too much fire. He's just chasing me around, bullying me with a hurricane. Okay, dude. You're cool. So yeah, but you gotta switch to each use. Yeah, I mean, in a turreted cane, it just comes down to who can shoot faster and more. Like, I can't deflect against a turret that can spin 360 degrees. We don't have the speeds. I might be able to do it in a Fury, though. But definitely not the Gladius, because the Gladius doesn't have the top speed to maintain any kind of distance control. Alright. So I heard the MFD/HUD first. Nice they need to update, but does nobody of the UI devs have set a jet HUD? Well, it's kind of an unfair test, to be honest. The Hurricane's going to win that duel all day against the Gladius, regardless of skill, I find, because it's just too much. It's just too much pressure from one ship. I could do it in the Fury though. We could try the Fury.
Corsair would have won that fight.
Corsair OP. Alright, let's switch here. If our speeds were higher, we could actually create deflections more meaningful, but target status. It's Olgarkin. An Ares, so that's an easy kill. F8, easy kill. Vanguard, easy kill. So do you have the Tana/Core just kind of... We just did the Tana, actually. Performed about as bad as you'd expect it to perform. I've yet to be impressed by a Tana. Oh, the Redeemer.
You just dissed the Tauno.
Tauna's terrible, dude.
Agreed.
Like it's like yeah. It's just it's not looking good for the old little Tana there. So in 324.2, size 3 shields have lost 50% of their capacity. Just why? For SIG, the meta is big ships. Yeah, that's just gonna directly buff fighters. Hey, I'll take it. You know? I love the look of the Tana and how it works. Yep. Mm-hmm. Diddle-doo. 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 All right. Yeah, I can do it in the Fury here because the Fury has enough G potential. Yeah. Yeah, I can do it in the Fury because, again, right? Size matters in space, so if you just... You know, another reason to not use the Gladius, because... Like, if you look at the physical size and the G profile for a Gladius, it's just not enough. Like, it's just not enough. It's such a compressed zone to engage, and the weapons are so fast that you basically have to use something like a Fury to be able to mitigate any kind of fire in a meaningful way. Right? But what do I know, right, guys? There's a bug currently where if you switch weapons groups while firing, it will continue to fire some of your weapons until they are depleted. Really? Well, that's not good. The Razor would be good, just because it's so tiny. But if you're going to use a Razor, you might as well use a Fury, because the Fury is a lot more aggressive and better in a fight because of all the other reasons, you know, strafe angles, strafe Gs, profile, weapons, power, that kind of stuff. Who's this here? Target it.
They still haven't fixed the reclaimer showing up on the MFD.
I don't even have the name of this person I'm targeting. Like, I can't even. Spirit Talon. Oh, that's Marky. Ooh, and I don't like the ships being highlighted like that. So why does it cross into a chat box too? I know you can't hide the chat box, but who thought that was a good idea? Oh, I'm getting suckered by somebody here. Let's see who it is. Nice dude. Any day now. Any day now. Let's see who the cheese ball is. Sidfire. Good to know. So there's a bug currently where if you switch weapons groups while firing, it will continue. Yeah. Yes. Man, chat's also in a bad spot. Like, it's truly deploy the wings. So where's that guy that just started suckering? What ship is this? Is it Buccaneer? Buccaneers can't really win duels though. Okay, is this that same guy? I can't even tell who's shooting at me. So this is a problem too, right? Like I'm trying to decide where the threat. Okay, well there's my threat right there, but I can't even target it and I can't see it. So I have to use my visual scanning. You think a rookie is going to be able to do what I just did there? Nope. Okay, then I'll catch him on this turn. Alright, let's see here. It's a Gladius. Who's this Gladius?
How do you feel about that?
Well, it's hard to hit the little buddy thing, but I mean...
Dude, I don't know. Dude, I had to search for you like 50 minutes till I found you.
Oh my goodness. And the combat feels like... Look at how wobbly and fucked up that feels. Right, like I'll get guns on and they'll just basically stick stir and you'll lose your target lock.
That's because yeah, everyone is using the stealth component.
No, but like he's just wiggling my shots off. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, like I'm on target and then it's just going like this. So like they haven't even fixed the thruster ramping, so you can just sit there and 80 spam like that and just it just kind of makes you kind of wonder, like, bro, what can you do, man? What can you do? I find it amazing at this point that they've literally made every part of the game worse. Like there's not one thing that they haven't made worse. Like it's just, at this point, it's just a worse game. You know what I mean? Combat feels worse. The geometry's worse. The HUD is worse. The power's worse. Like, objectively, like they've basically failed in almost every single. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I found you.
Like every single metric in terms of dogfighting. All right.
Oh, if that is you.
I don't know. Are you in the Gladius?
Oh, Jesus Christ! I scanned the ship.
I can't even
That's
tell.
Avenger 1.
Oh, that's Limbo.
There you are. I think now I have you.
Whatever.
You?
Yeah, let me just engage this Gladius here. I'll just wiggle him out.
Oh no, that's okay.
Yep. Yep, there's more wiggling. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. So like I can't get any target locks to stay on him because like it's just so much wiggling, dude. What a shame, man. It's amazing what they've done with the game these days. Wiggle, wiggle the victory, man. Wiggling Gladiuses are back, boys. Oh boy. That's gonna be sad days when this comes out.
Yeah, I give up. I don't search for
Yeah.
one anymore.
Well, I target him and you can literally see the ship just doing this as it moves up, right? Like it's. But that's the future that Sig wants now. So be ready to Be ready for that future.
What's your opinion on piloting larger ships?
Well, there's not much to pilot. It's, you know, it's basically just a really slow version of the, do you know what I mean? Of the fighters.
I like to pilot the larger ships, but there's just no joy in doing it.
I mean, I don't really enjoy. I mean, I when I'm playing with the guys, I have to really like request guys fly multi-crew ships because they're just so boring.
Maybe the hammerhead. I mean, that's the only one which is really going on.
Yeah, but a lot of times, again, you got to force people to fly that too. You got to be like, hey guys, I need a pilot, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Said, hello, people. You know if a sale is coming in? Want to start my experience with this game? Yeah, they'll probably do something. They'll probably do something for CitizenCon. Do you know what I mean?
There's usually one for CitizenCon in November. IA usually has some of the bigger sales.
Yeah, they've got the free fly.
Oh no, oh no.
I mean, you can fly ships for free, but it's the satisfaction you want from it. You won't get the satisfaction from big ships if you're doing it alone, or even just free. You need a full crew.
You can rent a big ship at IAE.
Yes, you can rent a ship. You can't
I
rent
mean,
a
you get.
crew.
Well, you don't need to rent a crew. You can just ask.
Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness, dude. It's so much wiggling. Like even oh no, like just basic turn fights just turned into a giant wiggle fest. Like I'll be turning on target and the marker will be just going all over the place. It's just like ay. Gladius feels there's not a ship in the game that feels good.
What's your opinion on exploits?
On what, sorry? On exploits?
Yes.
Well, it depends on what you define as an exploit, right? Because CIG defines tricording as an exploit and I don't. Because that takes pilot skill.
We'll go by your own definition.
I'm not getting into that because I don't care anymore.
Fine, no worries.
Because it's just like people get so bent out of shape, right? I mean, I consider wiggling an exploit, but like nobody cares. So people do it because it works and you can break the targeting system. So, and CIG still to this day is struggling to fix that issue. Said,
understood.
yeah, but but that's what I'm saying. Like you're not even intentionally doing it, and it's like trying to track something is like next to impossible because the ESP is pulling you all over the place. The ships are bouncing all over the place, and so it's like I'm trying to think of an example. Like
my apologies, didn't mean to bring this up.
it's like grabbing like you know those handshakers that go like this and everything is like here, I'm gonna show you something.
Okay.
You guys want to see the flight model?
Well, I'm intrigued.
This right here, guys, this is Star Citizen's flight model now. This is it.
Shake weight, I knew it.
That's
I knew
right.
it.
As you move towards, this is what you're doing with your joystick, right? This is 100% what's happening on your joysticks as you make your way towards your opponent.
You gotta get the W action.
You know, and some people like Limbo are a little bit better at this because they probably do this themselves all day. So, but this is what's happening on my stick when I'm moving in.
You use that to work out?
I mean, apparently.
Yeah, only with the right arm, yeah.
Oh my goodness. Dynamics. And please show the South Park part where it says cool down the user. Star Goomer. It says you can't consider the future when they can't understand or settle on a base foundation. So the wiggle sounds like an exploit and they tried calling tricording exploits. Yep. Yeah.
I did want to say one thing. Is Star Citizen Con coming to the UK at any point?
Yeah, November is CitizenCon.
Will you be there?
No, I'm not going.
Ah.
Not for this disaster. No, I'm not. I'm gonna go see my family in another part of the country.
Ah, roger.
Yeah.
I would go there if you were going there.
Yeah, well, I'm not supporting what the company's doing right now, so
I feel it. I feel it.
yeah. If they want to behave like this, then they're not going to get my time or my money.
I respect it. I respect it.
But, well, there he is.
Well, as I stand, I respect you, and I respect your community.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
That's how I sound.
Oh, is he navving? Nope, he's just spinning. Wow. I love how my missile mode, guys. Can you tell how many missiles I have locked on right now? Because I fucking sure can't.
You gotta, yeah.
I mean, I don't know which... I mean, I just took a guess there. I'm like, I don't know. Do you see...
So they have the MFDs. You can set them to be presets, but it's a preset for each different kind of mode.
Yeah, I got it now,
You
but
have
it's
to pull
like...
up So whenever you go into
defaults
missile
don't
mode,
make any sense though.
yeah, the defaults do not make any sense. Yes, that is true. Yeah. Once you set it to make sense, then it's good, but the default doesn't make any sense. They have something in the configuration MFD at the bottom. It's called extended info, and I don't know what that does. Like, it doesn't seem to make a difference.
Oh. Pew, pew, pew.
You were military, weren't you?
Yeah, I served in 2009 to 2010. Are we just turning this into a free-for-all? I can't tell who's shooting who or what's going on, or like who's this Hornet? Like, let me scan. So that's Kumo in the Hornet. But like when I target him now, okay, now like
I'm still intrigued by the TIE fighter you selected. It's a pretty good TIE fighter. But
I mean, I think it's
the Slave 1.
nah, Slave 1's too big and slow. It's like a Drake Cutlass.
It's basically, yeah. It's not designed to be a fighter, it's not a fighter.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna start shooting people because everyone's just shooting whatever they want now.
So, here's a question for you, Ben. Of all movies and all TV series, which is your favorite? You said you
Oh, Star Trek.
right?
Star Trek. If I could pick one series to watch, it would be Star Trek.
And which fighter?
Which fighter? There are no really fighters in Star Trek.
I'm not Star Trek.
If I was gonna pick a starship to fly on or with or whatever, oh, Gankarino here.
You did a Star Wars one, which was pretty kick-ass. I googled it as well.
Yeah.
I never looked at the lore. I actually researched it.
Gangarinos. Okay, stop talking, please, for a second. Let me fucking fight.
Done.
All right, Fury, let's go. I said, Sig, will you have master modes and will you be happy? Yeah, it's like the World Health Organization, right? Where they're like, you will own nothing and be happy. you will play master modes and be happy. All right, self status. All right, Star Trek. It would be Defiant. Defiant. It would be Defiant. All right. So DS9 literally devoid of any trekking is a space station. Yeah, but it's still so good though. I can't tell who's passing to fight or.
Probably talking too much. I'll mute myself.
Oh, good. I wonder if we can. Just back it up. See, like how wiggly this combat is. Like, it just doesn't feel very combat-y. Yeah. Like, I'm just not a fan of this combat system. It feels wiggly. It feels restrictive. It feels like, yeah, it's just not a good combat system. Like, I don't know how else to say it, right? Like, it's fast, but also like exceedingly slow. Like, it's just it's bad in all the ways that we didn't want, but it's like magnified. Like this is exactly what we didn't want with combat, and yet they're trying to serve it to us and say like this is what you're gonna like, and I hate it. You know, it's just not good. It's got so many geometrical problems. It's got so many speed problems. It's got so many gun problems. Like, it's just a disaster. Like, it's just, there's no way else to explain it. It's a fucking disaster. And I don't know what CIG is doing. But, I mean, at this point, like, they're fucking hopeless. Because they just don't get it, dude. It's been 10 years, right? But they just keep on trying to tell us that this is what we want. And it's like... You've made an environment where it's going to be absolutely brutal for new players to play their game, you know? Like, new players coming into this experience are going to get eaten up and shit out on the other end, you know? So, like, they didn't even... Yeah. Oh, well.
A1.
Yes.
You said me to not talk anymore.
Well, I just needed a second to fucking shoot this guy. All right. This guy's on a mission. I appreciate it though.
I'll be quiet.
All right. Ultra flows. Okay, we're gonna try Panthers because we're actually engaging at slightly closer ranges with the light fighters, so I might be able to close the distance. But so Kerrigan just closed.
The odds are
Jason.
a light at the end of the tunnel here. With
So-
what they're doing.
Do components matter? Components.
A1, please. I'm gonna give you 20.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus.
Everybody gets this up. Everybody.
Oprah
Now
over
I'm
here.
gonna get myself.
Right off into the sunset.
Me, I don't get one.
I
Day.
will just say this though. Anyone who's been given a gift,
For God's-
you're very welcome. Very welcome.
Who's shooting at me here? Who is that shooting at me? And I think that's that F8 Lightning again. I should probably check and see if my saturation settings are in the spot that they were before.
I feel like mine are off. The nodes of the Fury feel super jittery. Don't know if that's just me or not.
Those who are gifted gives a sub to. You're very welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, let's see here. I can catch. For God's sake, dude. The fucking repeaters don't do any goddamn damage. I'm like hitting for days.
Are you getting
Yeah,
bad stutters?
he's got FL33s. Like, the cannons are still, like, clearly better.
I
Goes
think the
into it.
repeaters may be better for range kiting than the FLs.
I don't think so. The cannons will always be more accurate over distance, right? Can I rent? Because like I can't seem to vehicle loadout. Oh, here we go. I can. Oh, they got the renting system up running. That's at least good. So we'll do FL33s. And I'll put some military power plants or shields on.
If you want the most shields, the competition ones give you the most.
Competition?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Why would competition give you the most? Then what does military give you? Highest recharge?
Highest performance, lowest health pull on the component.
Oh, so they're really?
Yeah, I believe so.
And what about military? Highest?
Oh,
They're still best in class, but they're really high emissions.
If you get a
Interesting.
full military loadout Gladius, you can get seen at 16 kilometers.
What?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Nope.
Oh my goodness, dude. I don't know which one is which now.
On that EU server, I was getting some really
Are these
bad stuff.
Omnis? Are these Omnis?
Play.
Oh. Yeah, the EU is pretty bad. I mean, it was pretty stuttery for me too.
Yes. No.
I also really
the-
enjoy that you can't see who you're fighting.
Yeah, I know that. Like, I'm like scanning people trying to find out who's who.
It doesn't even work half the time.
Yeah.
A
Said-
fully military arrow is like 50 kilometers.
Okay, why can't I all of a sudden? I'm so confused now.
You just want to hop into a custom one?
So like, why all of a sudden do I have less power? Like what? Like my coolers don't really have, like I didn't change any of my power settings really. Like does my power plant's a JS300, but I can get more. I don't even know anymore, dude.
Go. I think with all stealth, you have more power. I'm not kidding.
Like what? Like you'd think all military would be the best for like
It's just
engaging.
the most tough one. Like
Who's this guy here? That's oh no.
Do you want to hop into a custom one? 'Cause that lobby is giving me the worst stutters I've ever had.
Yeah, there's quite a few people in here too. I wonder if that's also has something to do with it. I'd like to fight Limbo when he's not fucking diving in on me third partying. I can find him. Like I'm getting scans off. Like I can't even scan. Like I don't even know who this Gladius is. Oh, apparently that's Limbo. Wake up, pew pew. And somebody's third party me.
It's at fire again.
Really?
Yep.
Well, the FLs are much better because I can actually just continuously hit stuff. Where's Sidfire?
Dancing with him over here.
I can't even tell who's who. Oh no, Ono's moving in on me.
Yeah, I hope they give us some indication of what ship is what with nameplates.
I mean, it's okay for the PU, but dude, not in free flight. or
It's
real
not
flight.
okay for the PU. How are you supposed to follow a target? Just be like, this guy over here?
I mean,
this Gladius?
you have to literally scan the target first, right? In the PU, okay, but in what will you do in fucking VR?
Oh god, combat feels so fucked, man. It just feels so fucked. Like as soon as I try to like make any other kind of angle other than just like spinning in place, like you just get punished, right? Like and like we were both coming in. I'm damaged from a previous fight. It's just a DPS trade. Like none of us are really evading fire. Do you know what I mean?
Infinite bullets.
Yeah, it's like yeah, it's just an aim trade, but like each of us are just like it's like two guys are grabbing each other. It's a hockey fight. That's exactly what it is. It's two guys in hockey just like grabbing each other by the thing and punching each other until somebody dies. It's horrible, dude. It's just horrible. Like it just feels terrible. I'll grab a Hornet. See if that feels any good.
Dude, I cannot play in that lobby. It's giving me terrible stutters.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Really unplayable.
I find that my pip is just jumping all over the place. I'm trying to fight people. Like even in FA.
It's that lobby is like everything's freezing for me. I can't hit anything.
Dude, I scanned the dude, it said John Smith, then I killed him, and then it says, oh no, oh no. What?
What?
Yeah, it seems legit.
All right, time to fly the meme hornet. I would have thought we would have missed.
It takes so long to figure out who's actually attacking me there.
Oh, and I've run out of boost, so he just jousts me and off he goes.
Yeah, you're trying to.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like, it's just, there is no.
Yeah. I didn't want to fight right there because he got the drop on me, so I just left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm just backstrafing and aim trading, but the Gladius can't aim trade a Hornet, so I win. So like, there was no, do you know what I mean? So like, we're both skilled pilots, and it's just like, well, my ship does more damage, so I win. Like, we're lost, boys. We're lost in the sauce. We're lost, boys. They fucking killed our dream, dude. They brought it in front of us. They shot it in the head and they fucking hung it in front of us. Well, what, like what they've done to this game is...
We're never lost. We're never lost.
You know, it's
5 stars.
so dramatic, but it's like... It's a shit. It's a shadow of what it used to be. It's just fucking disgusting what they did to it, dude.
Never lost.
Hey, what's going on?
All right.
Never lost.
Skip tutorial.
We're never lost.
Dude, are you
Well, are you drunk?
I've had a bear.
So left alt and WASD changes active screens. Z alt Q. E moves through the menus. So I was wondering with master modes, how possibly can they make it worse? And surprise, surprise. Yeah. Said when I wait in DCS then. Yeah, everyone's been telling me like, hey, one, you got to go to DCS. I'm just like, nah. Yeah. They don't have time apparently anymore to fix stuff with the flight model. So let's go play War Thunder.
We're never lost.
All right. All right. Is there anybody? Yeah, who can join me in the PU here? I just want to see if we can.
You're welcome.
Like who here's got access to the PTU?
I just want to get some fights in, but I can't do it on this server.
Yeah, the EU server is really janky. It's probably just because it's PTU. Oh, I can probably get there in time. Oh no, I'm not gonna get there in time.
I'll read your name.
All right, I might just throw a multi-crew ship together. Said how to change speed limit then. Said did they ever go through with the boost speed changes? My Peregrine still went. Yeah, so they reverted those changes and they said, oops, sorry guys, mistake. But it just shows that they're planning on bringing the speeds down to those. So they're like, oh, we didn't mean to do that yet. But the next phase for them is to drop the speeds to what we had there. This may...
Although that they will punch us in the face, but in the future.
Yeah, and they're gonna be dropping those speeds to what we had, except it will be with the gunnery changes, right? So, yeah, so we're gonna have even closer fights now. Closer fights. Yeah. Said players, there was no way we could make master modes worse. Saying hold my beer, right? It's supposed to come with the atmosphere model. Yeah. Said I just want long range combat. It's not that we want long range combat, right? Like I can't tell if you're trolling or you're just being honest here, but we want high speed combat with less of a twitchy, like twitch based game and much more of a, I guess you could say, like a flight experience. Flight isn't all about just like being like super, twitchy. It's about being methodical and understanding your energy state and like thinking about how you're engaging this setup. Whereas like with Star Citizen right now, it's all twitch, no brains, and I think that's a crying shame because they're losing that like really deep, really engaging part of their experience that I think they should be leaning into. And whatever this is, it's not that. It's not that.
I mean, now you can 2-mag a Redeemer with a Saber.
RPG Citizen, right? Any slower and they'll need to add the turn-based RPG, right? I mean, it kind of is turn-based, like in a sense, like if both fighters are doing what they're supposed to be doing, it kind of feels scripted. Like that's the best way to explain it. When two fighters are engaging each other and both parties are doing what they're supposed to be doing to win the fight, it feels scripted. Like the outcome before it even happens, because like there is no essentially like room to maneuver, room to change the outcome, essentially. What would they need to change to lower the speeds and fix the problem? Well, they'd have to change the whole philosophy of how they're going about flying and making the ships move. Well, I mean, I don't know about you there, Poe, but that's not the way I think the majority of people in Star Citizen expected it to be. I'll tell you that for sure. So who's on my server?
Your server is full. I tried to connect.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Mm-hmm.
My God, I'm just trying to fight somebody and I literally can't track anything because of the stutters.
Yeah, it can be rough. So this is like the last 3 to 4 seasons of Game of Thrones. It's so true. That's so true, bro. Oh my goodness. The fumble. Deliver the Scorpius here. We'll take the Scorp out.
We had the normal Lord of the Rings, but then we got the Rings of Power.
Yeah, and the Hobbit.
Oh, no.
It's just like, bruh.
The Hobbit is a masterpiece compared with what they now dropped.
It's a freaking masterpiece, bro.
Yeah.
Alright.
Or for me to join your server, you need to bully some guys off the server.
Yeah, I'm gonna go buy some equipment here for my Scorpius. Yeah. So the biggest rush flying I've gotten in months was rebinding a stick to fly in Scum. Let's be honest, it's a console game now. Well, it's sure feeling like it. Sure looking like it. Said same thing happened with the game Firefall. Amazing, unique concept, kept getting reworked until everyone left. Yeah, this is the acolyte of updates. Yeah, it's not looking good for Sig. But, hey, I fucking told them. It's their bed, they can sleep in it. But what I can say is that we gave them the answers and we gave them the way out and they chose not to do it. That's just the reality, right? And no matter what they tell themselves, No matter how much they lie to themselves and they tell us that, oh yeah, you know, it was this. Nope. Like, you can find the YouTube videos up there. You can find their feedback. You can find the answers. They just didn't listen, man. They wanted to make their product a certain way, and that's what they've done. And basically fuck you guys for trying to, you know, give your feedback. You know, they want to live in their little echo chamber, and we've all suffered for it, right? Way too many games go down this self-destructive path. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, how can you be that out of touch with your fan base? You know? And then you go and look at what's going on with Ubisoft, and you listen in on those, like, investor conferences, and they're talking about all this, like, legal speak, and, oh, we want our gamers to feel really empowered and this and that, and it just exudes bullshit. Like, it's just like pouring out of them like an oozing fucking, like, bleh, you know what I mean? It's just like, well, our gamers want to feel empowered, and we really want them to feel like this and this and this, and it's just like,
Yeah, you can tell how it worked out.
like, it makes my fucking skin crawl. Yeah, it's like, can we just be honest, guys? Like, but
Yeah, I mean, the Ubisoft, the last like 3 or 4 major releases were huge flops.
it's not, but see, here's the thing. My point and my issue has never been about competitive dogfighting. It's always been about, oh no, thank you for the sub, brother. I appreciate it. It's always been about creating a combat environment that is healthy and allows ships to be skill based and not just pay to win, essentially, right? Where the skill of you as the person is the defining factor in whether or not you're able to come out on top. And right now, it's not that. It's really how much you paid. Really, it really is. Once you've got the basics, it's how much you paid. That's all it is. Like, yeah, that is the way she goes. All right, so power plants. So you're saying competition gives you the best?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's got really low
if you
HP.
don't want a lot of signature, you should always go for stealth. You can go below 5k spotting range on the Scorpius.
Civilian, stealth 2B. What's the stealth 2A?
Good question.
That's the
What?
Oh, stealth eclipse 2A. I think there's 2 power plants on the. Wait, is the power plants on the Scorpius size 2 or 1s?
I don't know.
I think they're size 1s, right? Yeah, slipstreams by 2 of them.
Hey, you better fucking win this ship.
Win
5 gifted subs.
win in what ship?
The one you playing.
The shields, the Umbra.
Oh, wait, the Mirage are A stealths. Hey, Kerrigan, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate it.
Yeah, but you have
You
size,
go to sec. You go.
size 2, right? On your.
You go to sec.
So would control surfaces make any difference in who else is a better pilot? No, because we have quasi control surfaces now, and control surfaces aren't going to fundamentally change the geometry of fights the way you think it does. If our top speed ceiling is 320, it's
In the phone, you.
if our speed ceiling is 320, it's 320, right? It's not going to change. If we have control surfaces, we're not going to get faster speeds. So all of that combat dynamic is based around how fast you can engage and disengage and how fast those angles come up on you. Control surfaces will just be another small barrier for new pilots to learn, but once you get the handle on them, it won't change anything about what ships are winning or not. It'll just change slightly about how that combat looks, like how it looks, rather than meaningfully changing the combat. And again, we see this trend within CIG is they're changing all the stuff in the way it looks, but the core is rotten, right? And that's the problem, is the heart of the combat experience is rotten to the core, and they won't address it. And they keep telling us, oh, armor will fix it, and blah, 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 this and that. And it's just simply not true. It's just simply not true, right? And the only way that they can kind of get themselves out of these problems is by creating barriers and hard limits to certain ships and combinations, because they don't know how to make them interact in this environment in a fun, healthy way. So they're kind of ham-fisting it and being like, you stay there and like sit in your little box. It's like a game of whack-a-mole, right? A ship pops up that shouldn't be there. They're like, whack, right? Another ship pops up, it shouldn't be there. Whack, they smash it down again. They're just like, stay in your lane, right? And they're kind of losing the, I guess you could say, the point of the experience, where the more people start moving their ships and engaging with them and really learning how to fly them, you're going to start seeing them perform better and better and better. Right? And CIG keeps doing whack-a-mole, and they keep dropping the speeds because it's easier for them to fucking play whack-a-mole. Because if they suck the skill out of it, it's much easier for them to look at their drawing board and be like, oh, okay, we're going to put ships here, 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 and here. And they're like, ha, we got it. But at the expense of, you know, losing the soul, the heart of the experience. And that is you sitting at your computer, spending time to get to know the ship that you've paid for, that you love, and to really get the most out of it, and to do that over a long period of time, and to always feel like you've got something to learn. They just simply are not interested in creating that experience. And that experience is what we were sold. So what they've done is they've effectively lied to us, lied to their fans, and lied to us, and gaslit us to tell us that this is what you want. This is what we told you should want. And it's coming back to bite them in the ass, because it makes SIG look really incompetent. It makes them look like it makes them look.
In my house and on my wall, and my mom with the gold
A couple beers on that guy. But it just makes them look. It just makes them look bad, and that hurts me, because I like SIG and I like the people that work for it, but they keep fucking up, right? And you know, I don't think it's reaching very far, because if you look at the numbers and you look at how many people are frustrated with it, I think it's a majority of people, right? I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't see any way out of this flight model issue unless they go back to the drawing board and really get their heads in there and be like, okay, we got to figure this out. Because I don't know about you guys, man, but it's just not an experience that feels good like it used to. And where's FL33s? I thought they were here. MVSA, Scorpius, Mantis, Sucker Punch. Gonna have to go to the Orson place then. Should be able to put this on here. All right. So I just like to see what the big picture they keep alerting to. I'm gonna go off on a limb and say, okay, size 1B military. I purchased power plants, but they're not here. That's weird. I just purchased power plants. Power plants. Stealth. Civilian. The eclipses is what I'm looking for. Yeah, stealth. 2A. 1B. 2B. I need stealth 1A. That's 3A. That's 1A. That's military. Stealth 1A. Slipstreams. Yeah. By 2. By. said I haven't logged in for like 3 weeks. You don't enjoy Starfield management. So what's the power request time of the power plant? No idea. No idea. Okay, did it actually buy those components though? Shield generators. Stealth. Okay. Okay. All right, let's see here. There we go, slipstreams. There we go. Repulsion. What? That's weird. Okay, I need coolers. Stealth coolers. Coolers. A military. It's stealth 1As. Stealth 1A snowblinds. I need 2 of them. Alright. Right there, Roy? Yeah, it's really something now. That's incredible. It is incredible. Alright, snowblind, snowblind. Okay, so now I have... you know what?
If you accept my friend request on the PTU, I'll join you for a bit.
Stand by it. Comms. UCAT. Got it. Alright, so coolers. Done. Shield generators. I need stealth 1A. Stealth 1A is Mirage. And you can really get everything at Orson, eh? Like, Orson has pretty much everything you need.
Just about.
Good for Orson. Oh, no. See, it didn't buy the shield. What? I gotta buy him again. Okay. Oh. Alright, so shield generators. Mirage, 1A, 2 of them, buy. Okay. So I should have them now. Vehicles. Scorpius. Systems. No shield generators. Okay, well, maybe they'll pop up in like a few minutes. I'll have like fucking 10 of them. Were those size 2s? Was I buying the wrong one? Oh, those were 1As, right? Or, oh, no, I need to buy size 2. I'm silly. I'm silly. I'm silly. Whoops. Whoops. Shield generators. Okay, so we're looking for... That's 1B. Need 2... C. Stealth 2A. Umbra. Alright. That's what I need. Somebody said that in chat and I just realized that. I'm a big dum-dum. Alright. Umbra. Done. Alright. Now I'll go get some light strikes and we'll get this party started. Are you at it, are you at Orson?
I'm at Grimhex, but I could probably be at Orson.
I mean, that's fine. I can get to Grim. As long as you're close in the Crusader district so that I can meet you up. Get this party started here.
If you're gonna take the Scorpius, do you want me to gun?
Yes, that's what we're doing here.
Okay.
All right. Rebel, sell them back. Ah, fuck it. I got 15 million credits on this account, so.
I'm just gonna die and respawn at Orson then.
Time to respawn at Orson. Yep. Said no more rebuilding foundations, please. We ain't got all century. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like we're gonna have to just. I guess we're just gonna have to stay with what we have and just hope to God CIG iterates on it quickly. But at this point, it seems unlikely that SIG will iterate on the project this late in it at this point, you know. So said that with the cargo changes, they certainly did not try to reach a broader audience. What they're doing for combat is mostly reducing ceilings for balance, and then they can individually tune thereafter. No, I mean, because you're forgetting, like, you got to look at it like, imagine you have, so take the human body, for example, right? We have heart specialists and lung specialists and brain specialists and all these different specialists, right? I want you to imagine all those different specialists like a dev that's working on a specific fighter, right? But they all work together to form the human body, which works once everything is actually working together. The human body is like the overall ecosystem of Star Citizen. Now, the question is that overall system, that overall body, going to be able to function and have a depth of... So are we building a lizard that is very simple and not really much going on? Or are we building a conscious, living, breathing human, essentially, right? Like, are we building something that's deep and dynamic that has all this depth to it? Or are we building a fucking lizard that we can put in a tank and be like, huh, and for a couple hours a day be like, cool, and then go back to doing what we were doing, right? That's racist to lizards, right? So, you know, like, because the brain of a lizard is much more simple than the brain of a human being, right? We're building a cockroach. Lizard meta confirmed. You know? So, shit, I went to the wrong place. What do you think is going to happen at CitizenCon? Well, I think there's going to be a lot of fans there that aren't really particularly interested in what's going on because they don't play. And they'll be drunk, having a good time, and they just want to see Mark Hamill walk up on stage and be like, yeah, Mark Hamill, I remember Star Wars. And it'll be a bunch of drunk people having a good time, which it usually is, right? But they're probably going to say Squadron 42 release date. They're probably going to give us a taste of pyro. That's what I think will happen. We won't have pyro in our hands. We'll have a PTU. We'll have like a PTU where we have... Remember, like, they gave us that test environment in Pyro where it was like four of the planets weren't accessible yet. They'll probably give us that with like an early version of server meshing at the end of the year. And if they don't give us that, I mean, they at least should give us the Polaris and a bunch of other ships and tell us, sorry guys, shit's not working. It's personally handing out lizards. Yeah. So I've stopped pledging and hoping competent developer licenses engines make the Expanse game. So I heard we're getting fish and other animals, so if combat gets you down, just go camping. SQ date and a 1.0 roadmap. Something like that. But it's ultimately, it's just really disappointing, right? And I'm not trying to be negative. It's just the reality of the situation we're in. You know, for the majority of the active player, because here's the thing too, right? The problems, and I've said this before, the problems of the active player base that are like, the PvPers, or the active people that are engaging in multiplayer combat, is a small glimpse into the window of what will eventually become the majority of your player base once the game releases. So what happens is when a new game comes out, everybody starts fresh. We're like, whoa. So everyone gets in there and we start to like learn everything. And then you obviously have a natural amount of attrition that comes down. You look at what happened with Amazon's product. What was it called? New World. You look at New World and you realize all these people started playing the game right away. But at its core, the game was rotten, right? So as time went on, more and more people were like, wait a minute, this is really fucked up. And they didn't address it. And eventually now, Amazon's new product, the New World, is basically dead, right? Now, they knew that that was happening and they did nothing about it. Star Citizen doesn't have that excuse because we've had 10 years. They saw the writing on the wall. Their active player base is like, guys, this core component of your experience, the flight, is rotten and you need to address it. Because if you don't, what's going to happen is as the new players come in and as people start to get better and better, because they play the game, you know, in a year's time, where I am now is where the majority of the player base will start to be, because now they'll actually start to see the problems that I've been talking about for years, because now they're actively playing the game. And at that point, it's hard to course correct because the ship set sail, right? That's always been my gripe, right? Because people say like, oh, don't worry about it, A1, like it'll all work itself out in the wash. Well, no, actually it won't. You know, I mean, in the theory, I guess it does work itself out in the wash because the game will fail is what will happen, right? And I don't want to see that happen. But unless they, you know, unless they address these core flight issues, it's just not going to be turning into the game you think it is. So, but you are comparing a game that is quote unquote released versus in development. That's why we have time. But the problem is too, how many times you got to get it wrong before you start to ask questions, right? So I've been through 5 different flight models and every flight model, the same issue comes up. It's a geometric issue, right? Ships and design choices that they've made because the rule of cool has become so ingrained in CIG that they've designed all these flashy looking ships that in a space combat environment do very poorly. And so they've had to ham fist all these mechanics to try and make an environment where if you're in a ship, it doesn't just get lambasted and murdered by the meta ship. But all of their efforts to change the meta and to change the game at a level where ships can exist in an environment that is healthy in relation to everyone else has failed. And they've only made more metas and more problems, and they haven't fixed the old ones. And that, I think, is the disappointing part, because it's like watching someone make the same mistake over and over and over and over again. You're just sitting there like, you're like, dude, you gotta stop, you gotta learn. So it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see where the trend is going, right? And so yeah, it's in development, but again, they keep making the same mistakes, and it's like, here we are in 2024, right? And I feel like I'm desperately trying to save the game in a weird kind of way. Like people say, oh, you're being dramatic, A1. I don't think I'm being dramatic. I'm genuinely concerned that this game will fail because they don't address the core fundamental of the game, which is the flight and how the systems work with all the other ships and how that relates to player enjoyment. Because if your players aren't happy flying and engaging in the actual game itself, there is no game to play, right? I may be being over dramatic, but I've seen a lot of people get turned off of the experience. And let me ask you this question there, Eric. How many hours do you have in Star Citizen where you're actively flying around? And how many hours did you play the old model? How many hours did you play the new model? You know what I mean? Arcane, this game will fail. No, that's being negative. So to be honest, I'm not even really happy getting my ass off the ground right now. Shit. Said you're judging only the DPS class without other classes adding to the combat environment. So you're talking about multi-crew stuff, right? Is that kind of what you're saying, Time? The ratio is 100 to 1 for me, lol, favoring 322 model. You're not the only one, man. You're not the only one. Yeah, I mean, it depends what you define as dramatic, right? I mean, I'm not sure what else to do other than to, like a comedian, like other than to point at it and laugh at it, because it's just like mockery seems to be the only way to criticize CIG at this point, because they won't take people's feedback. And if they're not going to listen and they're going to make the same mistakes over and over again, what other route do people have other than to mock them? Like, excuse me. That also consider a lot of draw to this game won't be the flight system. Lots of things that draw players besides shooting other players. Yeah, but has the flight system, and here's where I think you're wrong. The flight system is a core component of the game. It affects everything, not just combat. It affects cargo. It affects bounty hunting. It affects the NPCs. It affects the players. It affects the PvP. It affects how far and long people go to do things. So you can say, well, you know, it's only a combat problem, but it affects racing. It affects every other core element of the experience. So your hauling becomes more boring, which means less people do it. Your racing becomes stagnant, so nobody does it. Your combat becomes boring, so people stop doing it. Your PvP becomes too tedious and frustrating, people stop doing that. And before you know it, all the core pillars of your experience are now no longer fun for people, and your player base starts to die. And that is a very real reality of where we're at right now with CIG. And they keep making the same combat and flight mistakes that, you know, I mean, look at what they're doing with the Corsair, right? They want people to be more involved in multi-crew ships, but they do nothing for multi-crew ships to make them more fun. If you had an environment where multi-crew ships could thrive, then splitting the guns off of a Corsair wouldn't be that big of an issue, because naturally people would be wanting to crew Corsairs and not be by themselves. But that's not the case. Because combat is so boring and frustrating, being a solo pilot in a Corsair is like, nobody wants to fly with you, because being a turret gunner, doing all these other things, they're just not as fun. And it's kind of boring, to be honest. So if they're not going to make these things enjoyable for people, people aren't going to do it, right? So just retire on a farm and distant star. You know? At this point, I'm basically just making sure that I get my opinion out there, and I give the facts, and I try to educate everyone as best I can, and then just let the chips fall. I have, trust me, I'm under no illusion that I have any realistic amount of say or sway within CIG, and that's never been my prerogative. I just want to tell the truth as I see it, show the evidence, and then if people want to do their own thing, that's fine. But when it all falls down, and it will, because there is no other way for it to go, because clearly the environment of which combat is quote unquote existing in, as well as other avenues of the game, is in a state that people just don't enjoy, right? Yes, it's still a tech demo after 10 years. Actually, longer than that. But the tech demo in 3.22 was the best, one of the best space games I've ever played in my life. End of story. In 3.22, we had a significantly better experience in almost every way, and we've really gone back from that. And so you can say, yeah, it's a tech demo, and we all knew that, but playing that tech demo was one of the best experiences I've ever had in gaming. And for lots of reasons. And I was still learning stuff. I was still flying ships every day, learning stuff, being like, this is so cool. And I wasn't the only one. There was a lot of folks out there that felt the same way. And the issues with that flight model were fixable and addressable. Unfortunately, CIG didn't choose to go down that path, right? Yeah. Well, Bucky, You may not be interested in combat, but combat will find you. In an online multiplayer world, if you start going outside of Stanton, and even within Stanton, you're going to encounter players. And when those players encounter you, you're going to lose over and over and over again. So you may not want to engage in combat, but combat will find you. And unfortunately, in master modes, there is nothing that you can do to mitigate or keep yourself safe. You're going to die. You're going to lose all your stuff. It's going to make you frustrated. And I don't want you to have that experience without at least having the option to defend yourself, right? If you're in an environment where you cannot defend yourself and there's no choice that you can make to mitigate or keep yourself safe from that calamity of a death, that's taking away agency from you, which takes away opportunities for you to have fun. And I don't think that's right. You know?
Except the party invite.
This is weird. I don't have my ship. A1 is for the right to bear's size 9. So the right to bear's size. That's how I see what you said. Yeah, so they'll get it fixed. Currently, they're just stuck rebuilding the whole game from the core tech. Maybe that's so. Maybe that's so. But it would be nice to see. It'd just be nice to see some changes sooner rather than later. That's just me, though. But we'll see. I mean, we will see. Okay, so it is there.
It's here.
But I can't. None of the elevators allow me to go to my hangar, though.
Oh, I just got here.
You can access my hangar?
Yep.
I can't. Come up to the main lobby and then you do the hangar because it doesn't.
I don't think I can get back into the elevator.
Bruh. Oh, it's working now. Yeah, there is no option for me to select my hangar. Does it give it for you?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. Does it still give it for you?
I have to get. That's not me. I can't get in the elevator again.
Yeah, this is weird. There we go. Said, in a universe where cargo ships being attacked, how is it the cargo ship has no chance of survival? Is that a statement or a question, Sam? Alrighty, I'm in the hangar. Let's run up. Jason deleted my Knight Rider CIG. So it's a cargo ship, duh. Statement of how it should be or not be. I mean, I'm not saying you guys should get into a bunch of cargo ships and go take on a pack of fighters. It's not what I'm saying, right? But I'm saying there should be a way to stall for time, to be able to stall for time and defend yourself long enough for help to come. If there isn't an overwhelming amount of people, that kind of stuff. Like, add some dynamics to the combat. Don't just make it so cut and black, It's just like, if you're on the high seas and you've got Somali pirates trying to board you, if you have a security team, you can help stop that from happening. So unless you're being attacked by a US Navy cruiser, like, you should be able to defend yourself against, I guess you could say, opportunistic, low effort individuals. But right now, opportunistic low effort individuals basically have you by the balls, and you can have as many people as you want on your cargo ship and they ain't got a goddamn thing you can do about it. They're going to come and get you and they're going to kill you. Sam, move your head. Well, I've never seen the HUD display on the Scorpius yet.
Oh, okay. So you do actually get your own ship's information turret now.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. We're gonna see how far.
And nav mode doesn't kick me out of the remote turret.
Well, that's good. All right. Oh, lag. Lag.
Yeah, being around the stations is really bad in this build because it picks up every single turret. Oh my god, I have target status?
For God's sake. Press the power button and it turned my ship off for a second. Said, yeah, Hammerhead is easily outranged by an arrow. Oh, yeah. You kidding me? Not even a question. Okay, where's my coupled ESP? There it is. So can I guarantee that SIG will avoid really improving and fixing the master mode system? Instead, they might just add special modules to ships to help you extra chance to get away. Like, well, then we've lost the plot. That's really what it comes down to.
Oh, you see on the top left the little red thing? It'll show you what I have locked, or the direction of whatever I have locked.
Why are there two reclaimers just sticking around here?
Who's party leading?
Did you get?
Yeah, drop attacks and invite, please.
Yep, 1 second.
Let's go to... I don't know if they've added anything in terms of like locations. Said, how do you speeds feel in there? Speeds feel in where? Sig is equivalent to an American nuclear cruiser being destroyed by rowboats. Said, nav mode uses quantum drive. Fighters should have far slower nav mode speeds and the higher combat speeds as a trade-off. Well, guess like you want to have less changing of modes and more like they're overcomplicating a very simple design philosophy, right? Like that's honestly what it comes down to. Is it they're overcomplicating something that's really not that fucking hard. Right? We need one speed zone to rule them all, and that speed zone needs to be adaptable in the sense that goodness, dude. In the sense that oh. Where's my come on, give me a door. That speed zone needs to be adaptable depending on how much power we have being pushed to our thrusters and our engines, you know? I was explaining it on stream, like who was, just a show of hands, who was there when I explained how power management should affect top speeds rather than, you you know, all that other jazz. Like they should remove afterburner and just have your top speed based on how much power you're pushing to it, right? Yeah,
You got one on the top right.
there we go.
Be careful about storing your ships. I had issues retrieving stuff here.
Yeah, we're not gonna store it. I'm just gonna leave it here, and I'm just gonna set my clone here. You should too.
And Grim?
Love haptics, yeah. So afterburner could be tied. Afterburner could be heat tied, and now you don't want to tie again, right? You don't want to limit. So let me put it to you this way: energy in a dogfight or in any flight combat in general is a resource. You want your energy state to be something that you build up into, and then you're allowed to stay there. Now, if you have afterburner, you're basically saying, I can go to a high energy state at any time, in any direction, but I'm limited by how long I can hold that afterburner down. This is a problem, a big problem, because you're adding a timer to how long someone is allowed to stay in a high energy state. And that inherently is a very, very, very bad idea, because it doesn't feel good for flight combat, because that's not how ships or fighters would fly. It's just that simple, right? So like, imagine if you had to burn afterburner fuel just to stay at a decent altitude, right? Like, it's just, in my opinion, it just doesn't feel good. Like, if my top speed on the Buccaneer is 590, I should be allowed to stay at that top speed as long as I want. But if I slow my energy down and I get into a turn fight with somebody, and then I'm like, oh shit, I'm in trouble, you know, like, getting out is going to be based on acceleration. And that acceleration is what really matters. You know? So the afterburner is only limited to the cooling ability of your ship. The hotter your ship becomes, the closer to a full system shutdown it would be. Thing is, it's like there's an air resistance to slowing you down. Yeah, but then you're going to have these things where, like, you're just holding the afterburner down as long as possible, right? And the energy state between afterburner and SCM is so insanely high. Like, I go 220 meters per second in SCM. That's not fast enough to make any meaningful deflections. The only time I can start actually avoiding fire is if I'm hitting the top of my afterburner, which is in the 400, 500 mode, which is where I say the game should be. You know? Get some gunnery changes in and get our speeds back up to 400, 500. That's what I've always been telling Sig, like, what feels great. Like, the game, there was a bug in master modes when they first released it, and the SCM speeds were uncapped. A bug. So SCMs were like 1200 meters per second. And I was flying the Gladius around in master modes at those speeds, and it felt great. I was like, this feels great. Like, and I made a recording and I made a response video and everything, and Sig basically was like, yeah, go after yourself. Like, they're so adamant on these ridiculous speeds, dude. Like, they're so ridiculous. There we go. Am I in? What am I in? Oh, that's nav mode. This is... I don't know. Alright. I guess we should fly around and just shoot stuff.
Works for me.
I guess I'll shoot some NPCs down just to keep the blood flowing. Bounties. Is this a bunker mission? Oh, it's
Yeah.
a box mission? Bruh.
Yeah, well, you have to go into the bunker and then hope that the box dispenser doesn't bug out before you can get the box you need. Those are all bunker missions.
Some VLRTs here. Wait, is this Hurston? Hurston? Oh, for God's sake. On track. Abandon. Screw you. Where is this here? Now, where's the tell me where it is? You see any HUD?
No.
I'm not seeing the HUD for the mission. Oh, wait. Neutralize Icarus. Apparently he's right here at Grim. Is this a player contract?
I think that's a player contract.
That's awesome. That's exactly what we're looking for. Finally, some action.
If he comes out.
Said Afterburn adds more energy dynamic also. Sounds like you just need more of a high speed on the regular. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have high enough speeds in SCM to do meaningful deflections and like, you know, it's just, I think the game would feel better if power was what dictated how much top speed you have, and then we were actively managing that during fights, like how we had an X-Wing versus TIE Fighter and stuff. The power management
Don't even have names on them? Bruh.
I don't even, yeah.
Why?
You have to now find the person in the ship.
Is the Scorpius the best example of the MFD refresh? Out of all the cockpits, the Scorpius I think is one of the better ones.
The Razor and the Fury is insanely good, and the M50.
The Fury? I don't think the Fury is that good. The old one was better, but it's not as bad as some of the other ones.
Yeah, check the M50 and the Razor.
X-Wing. Yeah, X-Wing's power management was, I think, the best of any space shooter out there. Because all the decisions you have to make were meaningful. Especially in a multiplayer environment. Alright, so this guy apparently is just sitting in there. Let's see if he gets in a ship and gets out. Said the Scorp HUD actually looks functional. I mean, it's not bad. I would still like MFDs to have a backlight to them, you know? But at the very least, like the colors, like for these, like they should be a little like less translucent, like much more, you know, like see how this right here, like you can just like it just punches right through the translucent. It should be a lot darker in that sense, so light passes through it much more difficult. Said you need to see the Cutlass one. The best for me would have a limit to top speed in game that's necessary because loading assets, engine work time, and define the acceleration on top. That's literally the old model there, Corsair. Like you just explained the identical model we had before. So the speed bar really high needs a high contrast. Yeah, like that's the best way to put it. We need a high contrast setting for our MFDs. Well. Can I aim at the bright yellow? Yeah. So if you want to look at your MFDs, that's what you're going to get. So if we want to... right? So yeah, like you just end up like with all the translucency and you know, like you just end up losing vital information in the brightness of whatever you're engaging, right? Said no way that dude is leaving Grim if he sees A1 hanging outside. He won't see me though. He'll never see me.
Games on the
Import,
MFD.
He'll never see me.
My laser sounds cooler, okay?
My leisure.
I'm firing my laser.
I'm a fire in my laser. Said, dude, if A1 was waiting outside a Grim, I would laugh as I sped off at 1400 meters per second. What's this here? Who's that Hornet? Are you in one of the Hornets?
No.
No, he's beside us. I don't know who that is.
Oh my god. The freaking power button is right beside.
Not a friendly. Kill him.
Who is that? I just warped
I
away.
just jumped out towards. Yep.
We're still waiting for this Icarus guy. Well. So it's like with the Scorpius, the guy on the team they have dedicated to cockpit struts was on vacation. Need a mod with the chicken gun noises, bro. Is this guy gonna leave Grim? Like, what the fuck's going on here? Bruh.
That Hornet could have been him, so it shouldn't update when we're out of comm range.
I mean, I couldn't scan him. I don't know who it was. Another thing too, right? Like, how do you know? Like, how do you know who's who? Fucking lag, dude. Frame drops like crazy around the station.
Yeah, I think it's from having too many targets. Which would explain why big group fights always turn into a lag fest.
Yeah.
Something about having that many active HUD elements is terrible for frames.
Yeah, why? So, is this guy still here? Like, what do people do in Grim? Just stand still? Why shouldn't he be kicked for AFK? Right, Kim? It's like, bro. Said, what's a good fighter etiquette? What's the rules to play by? Typically, it's good if you want to duel somebody, you target them. Like, you can shoot at them, like, but only hit them once, like, so that their shields aren't damaged, really. Just to kind of let them know, like, hey, I want to fight. And then if they look at you, then you flare and pass, and as soon as you pass, then the fight's on.
This is boring.
Yep, this is Star Citizen. Like, we can go shoot some NPCs, and I wanted to shoot that player down. I guess if his player, can you just keep him tracked, and we'll go shoot some NPCs in the meantime while we, you know, if he starts to move, then we'll track him down and get him. Sound good? So what's this here? Is it a bunker mission? I don't want to do bunker missions. Ah, scan the monitors. Ugh. Arms. Whatever. There's no bounty hunting missions? Whatever. Let's go blast this guy. So you abandon the basic bounty starter mission, you might be locked out. Whatever. It'll come back.
If we need the cert, I still have the one that's in.
That's fine. I mean,
Where's the-
yeah, it's fine. I don't have a crime stab. I don't care. It's PTU. Like, it'll get cleared anyway.
Dude, I'm tired.
All right. My thumb is still power managing from muscle memory. Like I'll press. I'll be like, oh, I don't need to do that anymore.
Yeah, mine too.
Like,
It's gonna be a habit to break. I'm gonna have to rebind those keys to something else useful now.
yeah, but what though? There's nothing else to do.
I don't know. Maybe I'll use the hail button.
Maybe it's gonna be all your scanning stuff now because you're gonna have to be doing that all the time. So you don't shoot because I'll get a crime stat. So you keep the mission. I'm assuming this guy is our guy. Cause like, you know.
Yep.
Could lock down Seraphim? Yeah, but people get really upset.
That's how the grief accusations start.
Yep. Grief accusations. Ita. That's at yellow. That's fucking far away, so we'll just wait for it to respawn. Grief accusations. Alright, so what's Grim Hex now? Okay, it's the circle with the slash through it.
Yep, he's still sitting in there.
Interesting. Still sitting in there, eh?
Yep.
Bruh.
See a ship marker now? Oh no, that's just the C one that was there. Never mind.
What do we got here? Wait, there's no in-game sound? Oh, guys, you didn't tell me that this whole time? Yeah, look, there's no sound coming. Stand by. It should be coming through now. There we go. Should be coming through now, yeah, guys? No sound, authentic space experience. Is he still in there?
Yep.
Bruh. Well.
His marker's bouncing around. I think he's having ship spawning issues and just tried to get in one.
Really?
Yeah, I did the same thing earlier.
Wow.
It's doing a weird thing where it like spawns your ship at the top of the elevator while it's still at the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, that happened to me where it ate my Scorpius, remember?
Yep.
It like, alright, mercenary. A rudimentary task. Where is this one? Ah, freaking cave missions, bro. A negligible task. We'll blast this guy. Nice. I mean, we can get up a... I mean, again, right? Power management just seems to be... Like, I'm not doing any of it. Like, I'm not doing any power management because I don't need to. Like, whatever components... Like, power management is just buying the right components for your ship now. So, like... And I don't like that. I like having choices that matter as a pilot. I like having options to mitigate my ranges and, you know. Yeah, I know. Although I seem to have more G's than the Scorpius now. 23. I feel like I was less before, but...
Let me see what the stat is for live.
Crime stat rating increased.
No, nothing looks like a change.
Whatever. Eve Orgs and Star Citizen, I know, eh? Can you guys see the radar? Because if there was a contact in that radar, I'd be like, I have no fucking clue, dude. I cannot read that radar. I'd have to pull my nose up and be like, okay, where is it? And then re-engage the target. The rule of cool strikes again. All right. Yeah, if there's something to fight over, then then once there's stuff to fight over, the amount of people that are going to come to the channel and be like, okay, how do I fight, is going to be crazy. Because people aren't going to care what the meta is or why. They just want to win, you know? But that's just what's going to happen. You know? Been reading, sorry. The UI is still unreadable after 12 years. That's pretty crazy, isn't it? They're next. Shit.
Hasn't made it out yet.
Yeah, that's what I figured. We're still waiting for him to... He's gonna leave and then be like, I made it! And all of a sudden, boom! Attacked by Avenger Blood. This is they will be missed things.
Those are bunker missions, I believe.
Bro.
Illegal bunkers.
Ugh.
They have cool armor in them, though.
Couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. And break. Beep.
Still bouncing around.
Station's probably gonna shoot at us now. Slow. So slow. Well, I guess we could get like a multi-crew ship together, but where is everybody? Like, there's no activity at Grim. You think Grim would be pretty popular, but I guess like they added all these tedious things that you got to do. Like, there's just so much less life out there because people are like stuck on trams or, you know, like doing all these immersive things.
It might also be because that they were recommending people spawn at like New Babbage because it's less glitchy than everywhere else at the moment.
Well, we'll go to New Babbage then. Let's do it.
Let me double check what the patch notes said.
New Babbage it is. Wait, did the Magnus Gateway get added?
No, that's been in game.
Oh. Microtech it is. Let's go. Said there is safety in the vastness of space. Said yeah. On the way, boys. On the way.
Straight out elevator panels, get to the hangar, but not back out. So maybe Lorville?
Oh.
Kirsten?
Think so?
Worth looking. Kirsten's a pretty popular place to spawn. Lorville, especially on PTU builds, you can just buy ships right away.
That's true. Yep. Right. Mm-hmm. All right, that didn't work. Maybe this will work. I felt immersed in shit. Wow. So unloading Reclaimer is definitely not a fun job solo. Yep. Well, so I've been playing these sorts of games for years and never pulled the trigger and bought flight sticks. Seems a no-brainer. Look, flight sticks make the experience in Star Citizen so much better. Like, orders of magnitude better. Like, truly. But, with all the changes to combat, you might not even want flight sticks at this point. You know, just get an Xbox controller. So cargo elevators need a dedicated tractor. Yep. It's a more immersive flight. Super immersive. Mundane chores are the current design choices. Yeah. So it might have to get a head tracker to help me a bit. More competitive. Looks cool. A head tracker is one of the best things you can do for your gameplay, to be honest. Because the amount of situational awareness that you can get from being able to look around, honestly, when not having a head tracker, like when I play this game and I don't turn it on, it feels so alien to me. I'm just like, oh my gosh, I can't just look over there and be like, what's going on over here? You know? Having a TR5 makes all the difference. Like, it makes all the difference. It makes all the difference. VR? I mean, I'd play VR. That's 64 keybinds in total. I said, how about remotely controlling bot to load your ship? I love TR5. It's been working for me. I've loved their product for a long time. Said Zeus is not in PTU build. The more changes I see the game, the less attractive having joysticks looks, but head tracking is no brainer. Yeah, head tracking is huge. Head tracking is huge. Oh my goodness, dude. Where's the dang player opposed missions at? You mean the PvP missions? Yeah, those aren't really that active on the PTU. Yeah, there's not much going on in PTUs, I find, when it comes to PvP content, unfortunately. Excuse me. So the number of deaths I have due to bad situational awareness is a thing for real. It happens. It happens, man. I mean, it also just makes the gameplay feel so much more fun when you have head tracking and stuff. Like GCAT, what was it like before, like when you didn't have it to when you had it? Like, how much did it change your gameplay?
Or having head tracking,
Mm-hmm.
it's night and day, dude.
Night and day. There you go.
Like even on mouse and keyboard, it makes such a difference. You don't even need sticks for head tracking to be
Game changer,
it'll
dude.
immediately make your situational awareness 30% better because you can look and see. The look ahead stuff that they have in game is kind of clunky. You can't fly one way and look another. It just opens up so many options. especially when the HUD doesn't give you as much information as your eyes do.
Yes, sir.
Probably even recommend head tracking before sticks, honestly, if you're on a budget.
Yeah, I would recommend head tracking will improve your game much more than sticks. And they're not even that expensive nowadays. Like a good head tracker will run you like 125, like for all the clips and everything good to go. You know? Can barely hear who.
I think Discord volume might be kind of
There you go.
quiet.
I just put it up a little bit. Said totally happy with Toby. Yeah, Toby works great. You know, I prefer personally. I prefer TR5, but Toby's work good too. A lot of people like Toby's. You know.
I just got Toby because I didn't want the head clip. I've got too much stuff going on in my space.
Yeah, I feel ya. It's comm relay. It's a moon. It's an OM point. Finally, unique markers so we know what's what.
I wish the moons and planets had a unique one, but I'm assuming they'll get one later. The OM points having one is such a godsend, though.
Yes, indeed. Oh, there's a station. Everest Harbor. So not to mention stuff like realistic stairs that'll give you a headache every time you use them.
It's a whole sea.
Really? Oh, look at that. Look at that super readable UI, guys. Oh, lost it. Here, let me just pull this up into the darkness of space so I can. Oh, actually, that's even worse. Okay, that's the signature. Okay, it's signature. Miss Culsey unavailable. Heavy freight.
Yeah, it means no one's in it. At least no one's in the pilot seat.
Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my god. Ugh.
What even are frames?
I don't even know where my
Never
note.
mind.
Like, where's my? Oh, there's the center of my crosshair. I mean, the UI just gets worse the more I play with it. The more I'm like, there's just so much information that's being inappropriately conveyed to the pilot. It's crazy.
Okay, so these are first and security guards, I assume?
I mean, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, I'm teleporting all over.
This is rough. Oh, teleporting. So what's with the HUD? This looks kind of cool. I've never been in the ship. This is the Scorpius, but this is the PTU Wave 1 patch. This is the new HUD that we're switching to, and I've been complaining about it for quite a while now.
Empty. The Iris Badger. See a player. C1. Off our nose.
Oh, where?
9 o'clock.
Oh yeah. C1 Spirit. I dare you to fire at me.
Let me know when.
Want to see? There's an F8 there. I don't have a name for it though.
I do not either.
Is that a player, you think? Whatever. Let's just fucking shoot it. Oh my goodness. All that like
Yeah,
shooting caught up and it was like oh. There's one down and there's a hornet
Devin
here.
that wants to smoke.
Let's just slow down and trade.
Low mag. Dead.
I'll get him. Do you need any getting gear? Like, are you just
I won't say no to free stuff. There's a
Oh.
couple other ships out here now, though.
yeah, whatever. The Retaliator, that's NPC.
Yep.
The Sir Badger. Well, it's 2 player ships destroyed. I guess we could probably lock down the station then in our little Scorpius. Pew, pew, pew.
Yeah, I think the mag on the turret is actually worse than live.
Except for we in the Scorpius have much more trade ability. So we just turn our nose towards them and fire until they're dead. And I avoided almost none of the shots that the Hornet fired at me. But it doesn't matter because we don't need to. We don't need to.
Sir Badger's landing.
Let's just clear up the rest of the. Let's just clear these random. Just to get rid of the Rex.
Mag out.
Shoot the giant penis. Oh my god. You know, for being the largest freight ship, doesn't really take that long to kill it.
Yeah, it is making us damage the forward hull on gimbal here, so I can actually put shots on target.
Die. Actually, it's tougher than I thought. Why do you hate the dick so much?
I'm offended by its shape.
Offended by it. Down with the patriarchy.
Cancel the whole scene.
Just pounding the shaft. You really got to work the shaft, boys.
Oh, he blew.
Oh yeah.
Why do the balls fall off first? I mean engines.
The balls, not the balls.
Oh god.
The hell?
Oh, he teleported for you too, okay. They made the auto gimbal work a lot more like it did previously in 322. Where
Yeah.
you just have to keep them in the circle.
What I figured.
Actually, like, have a UI for that again. Oh, I'm desynced. I
Uh-oh.
can't see what you're shooting.
No. Actually?
30K? Yeah, you're shooting like air for me.
I'm shooting this Retaliator.
Yeah, I can see on your stream, but like on my game, we're not fighting anything.
Oh no.
And your
Oh.
guns are firing in some very different directions.
All right, maybe it
There
resynced.
he is. Yeah, okay.
There we go. Resynced. I am shooting at something very, very not your target. Wow, look at the speed. Wee.
Oh, we're desynced again.
Oh my goodness. I'm just shooting into the side of this thing. It's not taking
I'm still
damage.
shooting it on my screen, but we're like floating off into the void. Oh,
There's a new PTU passage just dropped. Oh, is that maybe why they?
30K?
No, yeah, that's probably why, because it's a PTU patch.
Oh, did
Yay! Looks like it.
oh, they're working weekends, aren't they? That's right.
I mean, yeah, they're working something. Yeah, update. Acknowledge PT update. This flight is so dynamic. Wow. All right, so I want to. What did they say is in this patch? Did they say anything about? Update acceleration is now. Acceleration now is instantaneous. So it's been a while since I have played. Did the new master modes end up slowing down combat? Eclectic, brother. If you only knew. If you only knew. Yeah, we can test the Connie. We can do a Connie versus Corsair if you guys want. You know? It's just
They added a bunch of stuff.
it's just updating right now, guys. If you guys
They added MFD button bindings. Bindings for selecting MFD to cycle. Changed displayed page and jump to specific MFD page. Persistent ship settings.
that in Eve the meta changed, making bad ships king and good ships junk and back once more than once. Yeah. I remember those days, man. I remember the stealth bombers when they first came out. God, they were so much fun, dude. We were
So they added the.
I mean, the stealth bombers in Eve were the coolest thing. They were the coolest thing, dude. They really were. They were the coolest thing. Said patch most AC and MFD tweaks. Redeemer needs a massacred video. I'm pretty sure like the Redeemer was pretty useless as it was before, so I don't know why people were complaining. The Redeemer was literally friggin' useless in the previous patch. So it's just gone from useless to just as useless in a different way. So what's the problem? Right? All right, vehicle selection here. The hell? Oh my god, they make us listen to that stupid alarm, even in AC now? How desensitized can you be? Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't see any notes about ship tuning. They added some keybinds, it looks like.
All right, so you're saying the competition stuff is the best? I'm just gonna put I'm gonna put stealth stuff on my Fury and see if anybody can target me. You know?
Yeah, I know you can get it pretty low. I think some of the third-party tools are updating to support the PTU stuff.
Hmm.
Might be able to just look. See what the stat sheet says.
All right, let's see how low my signature can go. So does
Yeah,
is this
so
just
for-
constantly? Is this just constantly coming in and out? Like, oh, can I not rent stuff? Yeah.
Yeah, so like the Mirage has 1370 shield hit points, and the Yate or Jag HT whatever, which is a competition grade B, has 2240. So almost 50% more shield hit points.
On the competition?
Yeah,
Oh my goodness.
and it regens significantly faster.
Well, then what's the point of using it? Like, you take any...
Regen shield
No,
hit
but
points
like...
twice as fast.
I'm just gonna...
It has like half the component hit points that the other types do, though. Military has the best, industrial somewhere in the middle, civilians
So,
below
like,
industrial.
but like, why would you... I'm failing to understand why would you choose military then, like, when you can just get a much better system, you just try not to get hit. Like, I don't understand, you know?
Their industrial drives, the Palisade is the best size 1 industrial drive, and
What
it's
about-
better
what
than
about
the
coolers?
66.
What about coolers?
Second. The Ultraflow Industrial has the best cooling rate.
Of course.
Industrial grade A.
But like, what's the difference? Does it require more power to run it? Like, do you know what I mean?
I don't see anything to that effect on the sheet I'm looking at. I don't think so. Yeah, give me a minute to flip through these, like, game updates.
Yeah, I've rented guns, but they're not showing up. So I'll just stay with Omnis. Bro, this thing has been beeping since the second I started into AC. Oh my goodness, dude. Yeah, now it's going down again. Oh, for God's sake. Get me out of here. What the fuck? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Alright, join me in Jericho here on European. Okay, so how many... Yeah, all my stuff's charged. Like, I don't need to do any changing of anything. That's your future power management there, folks. Set and forget. So, man, I just binged your flight course on YouTube. Good stuff. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. Yes, yes, indeed. Yeah, I'm happy I can get you started. Nice if I had enough speed to do things meaningful here. Whee! Like, the game feels good if you're cruising around at afterburner speeds, but like locking that afterburner speed behind a freaking boost mechanic, like, bruh, not fun.
Damn a button.
Yep. So I've been playing for 9 years, finally getting serious about flying. Nice. Well, it's never been easier. Is this you? Oh, that's Nihilus.
That's not me. I'm not in.
Alright, well.
Yeah, I think he wanted to be dragged back up here.
Sure, yeah, you can.
He's in live public. I don't have perms to drag.
Alright, well. Pew, pew, pew. Alright. Who's this? That's Harlock. Oh, that was a guy. This is Aramac. So why all of a sudden... I guess if I scan and then target away... The boost mechanic needs to go. Just make an afterburner consume much more fuel, and that should be the limit. Well, I mean, your boost... You're like, they should have boost and then just have boost be like 10x the hydrogen fuel consumption. So when you're pressing boost, like you're just, you know.
They nerfed the rotational speeds on all of the Hornets by 7 to 12%. Why?
Like, this is what I'm talking about. They make all these changes and it's like so tone deaf. Bro. Bro, you can't make this shit up. And then they tell us, oh, sorry guys, we don't have the time. Sorry guys, no time. Sorry guys, don't have the time.
The F7A took like a 6% nerf to everything.
Wow, my fire rate for my guns is into the insano zone.
Really, your mag would suggest you haven't been firing.
No, it's the frickin' Omni repeaters now. See if Tarada wants to swing by a fight here. Probably not. Say rabble, right? So did you try the new in-game call? It actually looks good. I haven't hailed anybody, if that's what you're asking. Like, have I, you know? Oh. He wants to battle. Dude, the Omnis are crazy though. Like, the amount of Omni shots you have is pretty crazy. And I can force fights on Furies. On Gladiuses, because the Fury's got higher top speeds, but if he just adds a little bit of wiggling, you can probably catch it. Yeah, he just needs to wiggle more if he wants to get away from shots, but if he's not wiggling and actually fighting like a man, then he's going to have trouble with the Fury. So the MFDs have way too much shit on the screen, but Mike, they told us that we have a much more streamlined experience now. So even though you may experience clutter, there is no clutter. It's a much better system. Shh. Shh. Only dreams now. Yes, I believe. Trot is a popular French streamer. I believe one of the most popular French streamers. Oh, someone just bumped into the station there. Yikes. Said I use my recenter pretty regularly, but that's because I get wonky sometimes on startup. You get used to putting your head in the same spot. How is he getting that info, LaBelle? What info? What's this? Question is, who is that? Medium fighter, Gundy. Gundy 7. Maybe Gundy wants to battle?
Repeaters were actually buffed 8% too.
Repeaters?
The CFs specifically.
Like the Badgers?
Yeah. Buffed 8%.
This guy want to battle or what? Oh, he doesn't have very many weapons. Oh, he'll just... Unfortunately, he'll just die here. Poor guy. No idea what he's doing. It said, Toretto loves Smash Bros, by the way. I think that thinks it's a skill issue if you prefer the old model. Hey, everyone's allowed to have their opinion. Let's just put it that way. But I sure didn't have a fucking problem killing with a Fury. Whee. Who is this? Elmarek? Who just fired at me? Trying to scan, see who this is. Oh, who is that now? I don't have a name. Oh, it's Nihilus. Oh my goodness, dude. Scan, 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 scan. Do the helmet HUD things disappear if you put down your helmet? Do the helmet HUD things disappear? Oh, I don't know actually. If I take my helmet off, is that what you're saying? There's really no way to tell unless I get out and take it off, but... Oh, there you go. What's this here? That's a glaive. Review. Yeah, the glaive can't get things that are small off of it. You just get outrated and killed. The glaive by itself is not a duelist, so you're not going to be winning anything in a glaive. And even in a team fight, it's not really doing that well right now. These omnis look disgusting. Yeah, they're pretty crazy. Good old magazine capacity. Pew pew. Oh, he's just got a default hornet, that's why. Who's this? Scan. I don't know who this is that just targeted me, but whatever. Wiggle out of it. Nope. So can you rent a Firebird?
Not
Can
yet.
Can I rent a Firebird? No. Oh, did they fix the shields? I should be able to, if I shoot FCU here and I get damage. Okay, good. The shields are working.
Nice.
The MFDs of the MISC. Which MISC? Like the Freelancer? That's Tirada, Tumblerino, Elmic. Oh, what's this here? Let me go set up an arrow.
Oh, I can't rent things in AC apparently.
Yeah, I can't rent stuff either. Which is kind of sad.
I guess we'll have to pledge for the ships that have those components stock. Her.
So the competition stuff, eh? M3s, M5s. I'm curious actually. If I go
Every time I change something, the elevator goes. Yeah, I can see how that's incredibly annoying. Oh my god.
right? There you go. Oh my goodness. So Charles, give me a sec here. So when you target an enemy, you see the distance, yeah. But
He's
what is
talking
the
about
other
delta.
number? Oh, the delta. Yeah, so that's the closure. So am I getting closer or am I getting farther away, right? Right? So am I accelerating towards them or are they accelerating towards me? That kind of stuff. Goodness. I don't need these MFDs up in my freaking headspace. It's a Connie. Now I gotta scan everybody and find a who's who.
I hope they roll that one back. Or at least once you've scanned someone, pin the name to the marker. I wonder if I can rent ships. Can't rent components.
Like who's who? It says unavailable. I don't know who. I don't know who's who. All right.
Can't rent ships.
Connie there. Oh wow. How many shots do I have? 75? That can't be right. 75 M6As or M5As? Like that's insane.
They are one of the more efficient energy to damage ratios.
Yeah, but that's insane. I mean, I'll take it, but it's insane compared to the other ships.
I mean, you can't actually apply all that damage. It takes so long to actually shoot.
Yeah, I know. Someone just slammed into the station.
Okay, so having more power doesn't really make my gun shoot faster.
Who is this? It doesn't say a name.
So I could put more power into guns with the loadout I'm using currently, but there's really no reason to.
Whoever this frickin' Fury is, I'm fighting you. This you I'm shooting at?
Nope. I'm in a Gladius.
Oh my god. Two shot him. Little M series guns. The combat feels like such shit, dude. Like, none of this is hitting? Hello? It's just fucking wiggle, 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 wiggle.
You're outside, your cannon's effective range.
Yeah, it's 150 meters.
200 meters.
I can't hit you.
Yeah,
Like,
how aren't you hitting me? I just.
Well, you're just
every time I
wiggling.
see your guns blow up, I just change direction.
Yeah, it's too fast.
That's kind of funny, actually. Oh, there's a miss there.
Oh, you fucked up.
There you go.
You lineared out.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, dude. This game's so fucking hopeless. It's so hopeless, dude. Doesn't this feel good, guys? Like, you can clearly tell that the guy who designed this doesn't engage in PvP, like, at all. And has no concept of what feels good, because he never actually fights. You know what I mean? Like, it's fucking ridiculous.
By default. What I would not give to have, like, a default settings button that you could do for each ship.
Iconic. Alright. Let's see if there's a... Like, what? There you go. Oh, so now all of a sudden this one has 4 points? Who just passed me? I never thought I'd miss my Buccaneer cockpit. What a world we live in, man. Okay, I gotta scan this guy. Who the hell's this? Guy called Bard.
Messed up, put my MFDs to the right settings in the wrong mode. Great.
If I try to close an angle like that, you just get backstrafed and murdered. So it's like, there's the arrow for you guys. Just instantly murdered. It's kind of funny how bad it is now. Who the fuck's hitting me?
Shot by this.
There's the backstrafe of all backstrafes. Oh, more backstrafing. And no more boosts left. And all backstrafe, no skill. And there you have it, folks. Star Citizen in a nutshell. It's literally pay to win. Like, I'm one of the best pilots in the game, and I can't hold a candle to a Mark II Hornet that just backstrafes and out DPSs me. Oh, that's funny, dude. Yeah, just turn your brain off. Just fly up. Be like, oh, I got him.
Yeah, the Hornet you were fighting is just teleporting everywhere for me.
Yeah. But likely the Fury has enough G's to get in behind him, though. Can't backstrafe when I have the turn rate. Now, he's a terrible pilot, but Like, it's a ship choice thing. It's like rock, paper, scissors. Like, well, actually, this ship now has, like, so I can beat him because the stats of my ship are. It's just.
Anything
like,
he can out backstrafe, he wins against.
That's exactly it.
And
right?
out DPSs, obviously.
The arrow just got, like, absolutely massacred. Like,
isn't that good either. It's...
yeah, like the light fighters really do feel like these like starter ship, rookie ship kind of things, you know? Like, you can be really good, but the ship is not capable of giving you those results because the ship is just trash. You know?
I wonder if anyone's in squadron battles.
Which is a shame because the Gladius used to be like a really, really fun ship to fly that took like a lot of the top pilots would basically be in their Gladiuses because there is a lot of skill, like there's a lot of skill in flying a Gladius effectively, right? Oh, hit the speed wall. Oh, this boy backstrafes. That boy, that boy backstrafes, man. Like, see how like I'm trying to get a position on him, but I hit the speed wall super fast. And so what ends up happening is I get denied a position because I'm already at my speed limit, right? And so he just hits the fucking full reverse and just points his nose at me and that's it. Game over. There's nothing you can really do about it. And you could be like genuinely terrible at the game and you don't have to learn anything about fight combat. You just pin that backstrafe, baby, and aim on and fire. Just pin backstrafe and win. I don't even know who this is that's shooting at me, but I'll fight him. So unfortunately I can't push the Hornet, so I'll just range him now. People wonder why I fly interceptors, because like the interceptor is one of the only ships that, like, especially in a team fight, can actually be fun. Yeah, I can just outrange you. This guy has like absolutely no range control whatsoever.
Control is so much worse than this build. Over live.
Yeah, anytime I try to close a distance angle, backstrafes the shit out of me. What a trash pilot, dude. So Don, you can also watch the hit markers. Sometimes the pip is wrong, or it used to be in the old model. Experienced pilots get a feel where their shots are going to land. That's true to some degree, but yuck. Yuck, dude. Well, that's the game that CIG has given us, so it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, you can't hold pockets, ST. There's not because you hit the speed wall super fast, right? And also because we've lost our ability to tricord, it also limits our options there too. So now the only way to get a position is to stay perfectly in pitch, but that's also extremely hard to do because you just end up getting punished, right? Boop. Excuse me. The hell just shot at me? Looks like we've got ourselves a good old-fashioned brawl. So I can only maintain a positional advantage like this, but you can deny it. As soon as I'm winning the turn fight, you can just main thrust through. So I can't hold a position like this, and I'm out of boost. So back to a nose-to-nose trade. And then it's back to DPS, DPS, DPS. Who's got more DPS? Garbage, dude. This guy sucks. It's because you can't hold positions for any meaningful amount of time. There is no way to get around turn rate, you know? Did anyone has made his position clear? If you appropriately summarize the position, then burn the straw man you build. We don't know what to do with you. I said you have literally no clue what you're talking about. This is just comment section trolling. Who's getting it said? Said Sig has yet to introduce other classes. Someone trolling? Is somebody trolling on the internet? You guys.
You serious?
Don't be getting into fights, guys. Do I even have a Gladius set up?
Everyone in this lobby want a backstrafe.
Well, it's because it works like way too well, you know?
Yeah, but it's not fun to fight against. I need to go to live and get my freaking ESP settings. Feels terrible.
Oh, that's Pirate Swarm. Free flight. Vehicle selection. Gladius. Actually, I'll get my Buccaneer set up here. I'm going to see if I can take a duel in a Buccaneer and win. Although, the question... Hey, Grogu, stop licking that bugger. Can I rent? I need to rent, though. I need to rent light strikes. Is it not letting me rent stuff? You know what I mean? Deadbolts. Yeah, Light Strike 4, rent. Come on, let me rent it. So it's a bit of backstrafe is fun, but it should really be about trying to get the 6 forcing tunnel. Yeah. Well, we were able to hold positions in the previous model because we had speeds to do it, but unfortunately, the renting is bugged. Damn it. All right. Well, I guess I guess we could put our Peters though. Ugh. And I guess we could just stay at range and like Rhino. All right. Competition. I wonder which one of my ships has the ultra flow. I mean, I don't even know if this is doing anything. I'm just assuming that it does. All right, so the Buccaneer is famous for being probably one of the worst duelists in the game. So if we can actually score a kill in the Buccaneer, that'll be just funny. That'll just be funny. Alrighty. Oh, there's nobody in this match. Well. Jericho. Grogu's on the warpath. The new Drake HUD color? Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I just wish, again, right? The backlight actually makes sense. So how do I turn off these, how do I turn off, the things in the top, like the head, the helmet, fucking, you know? Is there an option to turn that shit off? Does I care about? Self status, target status. Right. Yeah, there needs to be more contrast. Like these MFDs, like they're so washed out. You know?
Yeah, especially anything that's overlaid on the environment.
Look, who's this here? Colonel Mac. Not getting any like information on the ships though. Who's on board? So like, why can I see? You know what I mean? Like, why can I see? Does that mean I have them targeted? Oh, I got the whole gang on me now. Yeah. Can't really do much in a Buccaneer in a duel. Especially now with its size 1 shield.
Oh, one of my springs and my stick just let go. That's
Boop.
tragic.
Tragic. Yeah.
Master modes has me whipped so much my stick just gave up.
As long as I can just hold him in a position like this. See how he likes the back strafe. This is pretty much what you're relegated to do in Interceptor, like especially for a buck, because you don't have anywhere close to a turn rate. The Hornet will always be able to face you and just shoot you down. It's like Connie shooting at me now. I have to aim off the target here. And eventually he gets too close. That forces me to reposition. Like that. And then there's a bunch of other ships shooting at me. So Connie with, yeah, that's cool. Whee! Yeah, all you can do is this. Because like if I take a trade fight with a Hornet, like it's a 100%. Well, I'm limited by class of ship right now. Like his ship is just better than mine in every way. There's no way I can scale that gap, and that is the crux of the issue with master modes, right? Like He's going to close distance. He's going to keep his nose on me. And nothing I can do, right? That's why Buccaneers are powerful in team fights and not in the duel. For these reasons. Right? I can soften his shields up, but there's nothing I can do geometrically to turn with him. And he's just wiggling around to avoid damage, so it's a fucking boring fight. Nothing we can do about this. But the thing is, I don't need to engage him. Like, if I don't want to engage that Hornet, I don't need to. Hence why the Buccaneers are so powerful in, like I said, team fights. Right? Because if he wants to chase me down, like, oh, look at me, I'm so good. It's like, okay, bro. Have fun with that. I can control that fight. Right? And then if I wait for a little bit of separation, and this arrow wants to get really... Yeah, everyone's just trading again. And I'll take that trade. And then once again, disengage. So, in the 2v1, it depends on if I'm able to gain a position. But it's a lot of whatevers. And I got all day, dude. You gotta use boost to get up to me. He got banned? Were you trolling him though? No, I used track IR5. Alright, well. So situation hasn't changed at all with the Buccaneer. Even with one size, one shield, I think the Buccaneer is still a super dominant team fighter. He doesn't like ship class such roles because he wants to 1v9. So, are you talking about me? Also, who said I want a 1v9? Putting words in my mouth? What the hell? Alright, let's see here. I wonder if I have my Archimedes set up. Oh, it's just the Badgers. Let's go switch for something else. Said, like an interceptor is that an interceptor that only attacks when opportunistic, not saying it's a fair fight trade, but blows with the military fighter. You can't 1v2 in master modes. Yeah. Alright, let's see here. Jericho. Vehicle selection. Mm-hmm. So you're saying competition still has the best shields, eh?
They have the highest shield hit points. Yep.
Wow. Like even a level C competition is better than like a military A?
I'd have to double check depending on size, but yeah, I'm fairly certain.
Wow.
Give me 2 seconds, I'll look. Went to find another spring for my stick.
Mm-hmm.
Got a baggie of them just because this happens.
All right. Said you can't tell who is who. Well, I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't run competition on Archimedes of all things, because I mean, you're not going to get hit as it is, so you might as well just get as much performance out of that package as you possibly can, right?
The grade B competition, the JAG HTE or whatever it's called, is the best.
Self status.
But
There
all
you
of
go.
the competition are better than the military. Some industrial
Mhm.
drives are better than the military at size 1.
So then why use military? They're just really, really durable? Is that the idea?
Yep. But the industrial are also more durable? I don't know.
Well, like,
There could be IR or.
well, the IR
chance
is really, like, really high,
on military, yeah.
right?
I don't know what it is on competition.
I don't know if I who's who right here. Who's this? How do I tell who this is? Still doesn't tell me who this is. It says Avenger 1. But I'm Avenger 1. I'm so confused. Even the Archimedes, a racing ship, can run circles around an arrow, dude. A frickin' Archimedes can make the military's premier light fighter look like a piece of dog water. Like, bro. What is going on here? What is going on here, boys? It said Connie versus Corsair. Yeah, we can throw something together here. Kind of want to. All right. So what have they done with the arrow? Oh, they've just nerfed the crap out of it. Poor thing. I feel like it. I feel like it's basically a bad starter ship now. You know?
Entry-level fighter.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, wait, why does an entry-level fighter just have to be shitty? Like, isn't the arrow supposed to be the replacement for the Gladius in the Navy?
I mean, I guess the entry-level fighter that's actually marketed as such is the Mustang, so maybe it's worth a comparison.
Well, whoever this is, I'm just gonna shoot him. Fuck it. Trick is just never get hit. Past him here. A little bit of an over throttle here. Hit the speed wall. I love how I have to have like an innate like mastery of knowing like where my speed wall is relative to me. Like most of the flight model now is just memorizing where the speed walls where the speed walls are, so you know where and when, like what directions you're still allowed to move in. Like,
I just realized the HUD element for where your G's are is gone.
I mean, I still see
It just
mine.
tells
This
you-
is a number
well,
of G's.
No, it just says how many G's, but not which direction they are.
Oh, yeah, it's true. Again, less information.
Yeah, well, I was looking for it because I like to watch it when people fight, so I know what strafes they're inputting to get their ship where they're putting it, because it's, you know, informational. You know, if you're seeing a lot of upward G's, you know they're up strafing to maintain position, but you just don't have that anymore. Which is gonna make it even harder for new people to learn.
Seems like it. Seems like it. Well, I've tried to scan a bunch of people, but I haven't been able to like find a who's who. Like who's this? I don't know. Doesn't tell me. Way off the target here. I feel like I'm fighting inside a fucking like a tunnel. Oh, someone else third-partying me. Well, that's super rude. Bruh. Really? From all that direct, like all that way? Yeah, it's just cone fire all day. This game's gone to the fucking dogs, dude. Gone to the dogs, man. It's like your ship choice is really what defines whether or not you're gonna win or lose. It's just a trade. All back strafe, no brains. All back strafe, no brains. Said Helldiver's fun again. Seems like Sig does not care about G's. Apparently not. Alright, let's just grab a Corsair. Fucking. This game, dude. This game. Do you want to grab a Connie? GCat?
Sorry, come again?
Do you have a Connie?
I do actually.
Alright, I'll take a Corsair. Do I have a Corsair? No, I don't.
I can't rent any other guns to load it out with, though.
Can I not rent a Corsair?
No, renting's bugged.
Oh. No Corsair then, apparently. Sorry, guys. Thought I had one. Apparently not. Damn, dude.
Next time.
Well, I don't know, folks. I don't know. What do you guys think of the HUD? Do you guys think the HUD looks better? Because I'm not a particularly big fan of the HUD. Damn. All right, guys. I'm I'm gonna drop you guys off on Astro because I'm hungry. I'm gonna get some food, and my heart really can't take anymore today. So I'm gonna shut her down 10 minutes early here. I just want to say thank you so much to everybody and everyone's support. I couldn't do this without you. I love you all. I really do. Thank you so much for coming in and supporting and trying to use common sense when it comes to this game. Hopefully things will get better because they've only been getting worse. But yeah, I guess stop stressing about it. It is what it is. But I guess we'll see what happens, guys. And whatever it turns into, we'll be here wiggling away and doing whatever it takes, I guess. But I'll see you tomorrow, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Hopefully the trauma of this fucking mess will be better tomorrow. Love you guys. I was Avenger 1, Sam for the Empire.